There we go. He's running around doing like 600 things while I'm counting down the timer. Every time I do it the same way. Sometimes I forget to mute my mic, and yeah, and it's noisy, and I apologize if it's noisy. Come on, Zomboid. Hopefully everybody's morning's doing good. My morning's going pretty good. I did want to mention that today's going to be an average stream length because probably there's D&D. If there's not D&D though, then I'll continue streaming, but we'll see. It all depends on our sessions. Sometimes we have a session on Sundays, sometimes we don't. It's kind of dependent on our members, and some of them they can't make it sometimes. So we'll see. But more than likely we'll have a session. Last week we did it was like a one shot. Well, it technically is a two shot, but because there were we did two. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, I am taking sips of my tea. It's just it's still too hot. Running around so many things. Um and I'm just waking up just a little while ago. I was watching a few folks, and then I'm like, I need to go and stream stuff, but like I don't know if I'm the only person that does this. Probably not, but like being asleep and still able to function, like kind of like like you still like being on your phone, laying in bed, watching stuff. I'm asleep, but I'm not asleep. I am asleep. Okay, I've got to clean this mess up later, but not right now. Later's fine for a little while. That's right, we came here to get Higgins' weight up. There's supposed to be a D&D movie, but kept postponing because people kept canceling it last minute. Uh, there is another D&D movie that's coming. I can't wait. It's a sequel to The Honor Among Thieves. I really am looking forward to it. Honor Among Thieves is great, by the way. 100% recommend watching that, because if you want to watch what a D&D is like, but it also is inclusive for those that are not accustomed to D&D. But the best part is you can see, if you know D&D, you can see the roles, kind of like you can see the roles failing or not failing, like succeeding when they shouldn't succeed, and it's so cool. And the comedy in it is great. Like it's so good. When I'm describing D&D for our sessions and stuff, the Honor Among Thieves movie is a good like aside to what we're doing, kind of. It's like it's kind of like that, but like different, right? Different characters. It's really fun, and I like playing it with the folks that we're playing. And we've like I've known these folks for quite some time, and they are wonderful to be around. And then when Emma joined the group, it was good too. Cause I asked Emma, "Do you want to play?" And Emma's like, "Yeah, I do want to play." Cause there's a lot of folks want to play, but not but then they don't join in. But I'm gonna bring up a few folks on the list that I have to pepper later, in case we have space, so to speak, and then I'll talk with those folks about the day. I think a couple of peeps have shown interest. Like I'm pretty sure I've got Tower, Knack, Nico. Lots of folks seem to want to play. Anyways, let's go fishing. I know Tower's got some like crazy amount of DM experience. And I know that Pepper wants to do a Grim Dark playthrough at some point. We'll see what's required for that. I didn't realize it was so late. Do some working out really quick. Just to cap off regularity again. Oh wait. Go down. More batch of 30 minutes, and then we'll do push-ups, sit-ups, burpees tomorrow, as well as food should be thawed. There we go. Hello. Oh, Grat's home first, by the way. I did wave at you. And second. Hey, Cinnamon one. Your name is still fun to say, by the way. It's just it never stops being fun. Higgins, do your sit-ups. An hour's worth of sit-ups. There we go. Regularly capped again. Oh, actually, there is one other thing we can start doing. What? Who is it? Excuse me. Might I inquire to what you're selling? We don't want any. What's my XP mod called? This one is called Rune XP. It just shows you your experience gains. That's all. It's really useful. You can also customize it. So, for example, you can customize it to anything. Some things show up more frequently than other things. So, like sneaking and fitness and strength and running, all those things kind of like are spammy a little bit. So, I turned them off. Same for maintenance. Maintenance would show up a lot. Um, Also, when something reaches its pinnacle, like it reaches 10, then that's it. You won't see it up here anymore. So, once we're capped out on most things, I will hide it. Like, because there's no point in having it if I've got max stats, you know? But that never happens. Very rarely do I cap out the whole tree of everything. I've only had one character that's gotten close to that, close to perfection, and even that character didn't reach perfection. They were very close, but not quite there. And that was Allison Tiny. Was what that one was called. And that was my PB character. Back in the days of trying to figure out what the heck branding is. Until they can make their own crunchy peanut butter? I suppose that could be a threshold. uh, there we are. Dismantle you, dismantle you. That one zombie kind of shows, though, that this area is not perfectly safe. That's okay. Did I drop that on the ground, or... No, I think I was distracted when the zombie came in. Alright. Well, while we're getting our weight up, we might as well do dumbbell presses until they're maxed. How much longer do I need? Quite a bit of time. And there is a barbell. It is over here. One sec. I need to mark this before I'm not gonna forget, but there is a barbell. The barbell is it's at the Riverside storage units. Hmm. Don't worry, Higgins. I got you. We'll get you some books after. He's gonna be sad, but that's okay. Doing exercise is never joyous, but it is a necessary evil. Because right now we're slowly getting to the next level of strength, which will help us with muscle fatigue. Once we're done with strength, we can then hard focus into doing only fitness related ones. So we wouldn't do the bar, but the other ones. We would just be doing sit-ups and squats and burpees. Those are the only ones that matter after that. But that won't be for a while yet. Show info. How many liters are left? Is that it? Oh, I just emptied the whole thing, huh? Yeah, it's out. That's okay. We can eat some food. It's okay, Higgins. This is 30 liters of water. That's strange. What's my favorite type of weapon? Personally, I like the short blades. They are my favorite. Using like the hunting knives and all of that. They're cozy, they're comfy, and I enjoy them. Even in build 42, they're really good. They're not the best weapons in the game by any stretch of the imagination, but they're just a comfy, cozy set of weapons that I enjoy. They are good weapons. Um, they're known for their the There we go. They're known for their low exertion and the fact that they don't really apply as much muscle strain as all of the other weapons. Because the way that exertion works is weighted on. Um,
You're amazing.
it's so. What I mean by they're not the best is they're not the best in terms of like quantitative killing, because they take more hits than a lot of the other weapons. So if you're looking for quantity of zombies, you're not going to be looking to short blades. Short blades, though, you are going to be able to fight for much longer, and also the muscle strain won't hurt you nearly as bad because they're very light. They're lightweight. Um, so they have that for them. So they're not bad in any regard. But if we're talking like current best, short blunts, axes, and long blunts currently have the lead for most capable weapons. Spear then follows suit after that, and finally, a special mention for long blade for once you actually achieve long blade is they are so good once you achieve them, but they're hard to get to that stage. So special mention to long blade. I would say that axe, long blunt, and short blunt are these three are the sort of the front runners. Arguably, axe may be the best of the three because you can get an attack speed bonus right off the bat, as well as some fairly decent axe skill. So like, arguably, axe may be one of the best right now, but you can really counter like the fact that short blunt and short long blunt both are very copious in their amounts that you can get. Sure, the weapons don't have maintenance, but that's not as important as just carving a spot for yourself in the apocalypse initially, and then later on you can build up to the point where you're getting maintenance XP from them based on having crafted better blunt weapons. Anyway, so these three right now are kind of the front runners. Short blade is still good. It's just it's not as damaging, and you'll find that the blades break a lot faster. So, but short blade benefits in the fact that it teaches you how close you can get to the zombies, and you have to be very cautious when you're using the short blades. Be very precise with how you're aiming, otherwise you may miss, and then there's very little room for recovery on short blades at the moment. So they're unforgiving, and their durability is low. And you see all of these things make short blades less appealing for someone who's just starting, in my opinion. But also, simultaneously, it's good because it teaches you range. Right? You're gonna die a lot learning the range, but that's just kind of how it goes. And like I said, after that, spear comes into play. Spear requires you to have short blades available to carve the spears, and then a campfire to harden them so that they're okay. Because if you try to use a regular spear right now, it's not gonna work very well. Like you'll maybe kill one zombie, but with zero maintenance, spear skill, without having that extra spear skill for durability and that extra maintenance, you're gonna struggle with spears. And it's not as simple as just grinding up to level 3 carpentry anymore, because carpentry is no longer the skill that matters. I think it's carving that matters, but I don't know for sure. I haven't actually looked at the statistics for that, so I could be wrong there, and it could change. You never know. Anyways. Spears are still good. They're just not as powerful as they once were in build 41. So because they've been bumped down to A class instead of S class, they're on par with everything else now. Everything else is more or less equal. Um because you can use long blunts, you can use short blunts, you can use axes, short blades, spears. All of them are kind of in a good place of balance. And then, like I mentioned before, a special mention to long blade, but it takes quite a long time to get there. But it's made up for by the fact that there are books. Although the books are not currently coded correctly, there are books. They do exist, and as a result, ta-da, they'll catch up level real quick. Especially the back half. The back half of the levels, books 3 through 5, will be the where things fly. Because those, instead of because that means that any character, all they need is the books, right? No character will be at an XP deficit. Unlike currently with spears, I really hope that they give spears a +1. I would love them to change Whittler. So there is a new trait called Whittler that exists. I think that Whittler should actually not be just +2 carving. I think it should be +1 carving, +1 spear, +1 short blades, because that would give it the ability to be on par with Brawler. So Brawler is another trait that exists that gives you +1 axe and +1 long blunt. Sorry, not long blade. It's long blunt, and it gives you some crafting recipes now. So if you could have Brawler be your, go-to for, well, axes and long blunts. Plus there's baseball player, right? Which gives the long blunts just a little bit more. And spear, because they're not as good anymore, I do think that giving them an XP bonus like that would be important, would be not terrible. Whether they add in a profession like Olympian or something like that, where they start with +1 spear and some fitness, or maybe throw on some short blunt. But if you did that, people would lean towards the short blunt instead of the spear, just to balance out the spear a little bit. If Handy gave +1 short blade or short blunt, it would be way too high value. Cause yeah, it's already a really good trait on its own. I feel that would outweigh it. And there are professions that give you short blunt. I don't think that you need traits to give you short blunt right now. Because there's carpenter, there's do-it-yourself expert, which is repairman. There's a lot of professions that give short blunt. So you just take one of those professions. Now, while it would be keen and kind for the trait tree to give it to you, at least those bonuses are there, Spear doesn't have that. Spear doesn't have anything. No bonuses at all. You think wilderness knowledge is giving too much? I think it gives just the right amount. However, I think wilderness knowledge shouldn't give you carving. I think it makes sense it gives you carving based on the skill, but I think it shouldn't give you carving, and that would raise the value of Whittler. And then you could also change Whittler to be, like I said before, 1 spear, 1 short blade, 1 carving. But yeah. Now you took all my accessories away. Well, they're all gone. I'm having a good day though. Today's been fairly fun. But yeah, these are opinions, by the way. I'm not like saying that, oh, this is how the game should be, but like, they're just opinions, just thoughts that I have in terms of balance. And remember, I frequently say that players do not know what they want, because we don't. I'm sorry, but like I've mentioned more than once, we players are like toddlers in a supermarket. We're with our parents, and we want the chocolate. We want the chocolate and the candies. But the parents, they know what we want. They're like, you want the chocolate and the candies, that's fine, but you can have the balanced meal first, and then we'll give you the chocolate and the candies. You're taking a closer look at the room definitions for greenhouse just as to make sure that they're working properly? Okay. There was one other thing I wanted to ask, but I don't remember right now. Oh, the large wooden bucket, is it craftable or findable? Can you look into that maybe as well? I know that, but because I was struggling with that yesterday. I'm like trying to find, can I make my own advanced furnace or do I have to use the one that's on the map? But it seems like that large wooden bucket's not craftable right now and not findable. But perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe it's in foraging? Because I've seen the wooden bucket and the wooden bucket doesn't work. I've tried. We need the large one. And I can make the bellows. The bellows are a pain in the ass, but I can make them. The large bellows requires what is it? It's right here. Large bellows. So I mean I can get all this stuff together. It's not impossible. They're just using it visually for coloring? Oh, okay, so you're gonna double check that today. That's good to know. So then that other person would be right. I think their name was it War Machine or was it someone else? I don't remember. But either way, I mean, information's gonna go back and forth, and somebody's gonna be right in the end. So long as we get the right information, it doesn't matter how, right? Because we want everybody to get the right info. And we can be wrong, it's okay, we're human beings. Sometimes we get things wrong. Nothing wrong with making a mistake. Thank you for wellness. I just took a sip of my tea. Appreciate you. I'll have a bit of a stretch, though. Is it still Earl Grey? Yes, indeed. I do have a box of chai that I'm going to open soon, but I haven't opened it yet. I'm almost done this box of Earl Grey. Oh, we're in agony. Yep, that's from doing the bell curls. Come on, water. Only good one I liked is blueberry. You might not like the same teas that I drink. Some of them is some of them are a bit like I tried to make an Earl Grey for Emma, right, when I was visiting, and Emma said it tasted like drywall. She's like, "No, I don't like this. It tastes like drywall. It smells like drywall." I was like, "No, it's not drywall." So I just ended up drinking her tea, I think, if I remember correctly how that song and dance went. But then I made her some more. She likes berry teas. Emma's very big fan on like black currant and but she doesn't. She like I mentioned before. She's very much the kind of person that drinks a bit of tea in her milk. Like it's like 80% milk ratio to tea. It's just a lot of milk. And there's nothing wrong with that. Emma likes milk. I can drink my tea in almost any which way. A little bit of honey, a little bit of lemon. Nothing I can drink it without. It doesn't bother me either way. I just need the tea. That's all. So long as it's tea flavored tea, I'm good. I need the tea. I'm gonna go put this dumbbell away. They have room tome set as greenhouse, but it seems that there's a room definition is derelict. So they're not quite ready yet, is what you're saying. Not a huge surprise. Because it's a lot of things in this like it's not ready. It's gonna happen. We expected as much. Yeah, the large wooden buckets. I don't think there's a way to craft them, but they're because of those the iron grips on the sides or whatever, those iron wire grips or something. They're they seem uncraftable, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's a recipe. I didn't see one when I was in debug, so I was. I probably just missed it if I did miss it. The small iron band is not craftable. Is the large wooden bucket itself anywhere? Like, does it spawn in any loot tables? Does it, is it forageable? I don't think it is, but I'm just, at this point, reaching, as you can imagine, because I want to be able to craft my own advanced forge, and I want to craft my own advanced furnace and or small furnace, because they're all the same, except the advanced furnace allows you to make crowbars, while the other one lets you make pretty much everything else except for like a couple of tool heads and a few other bits and bobs. But I'm just reaching at this point. I'm fairly certain that it's just not in the game, and that we're expected to go and use the ones that are already on the map. So if I want to craft crowbars, I'm gonna need to make iron here and then bring them to the forge in well, there's one in Coalfield. We can just bring them there. But we could also go to the one that's in McCoy Estates. But I'm pretty sure that it seems like we can't craft our own. Maybe that iron band is findable then? Maybe? Like I said, reaching. I'm like reaching for anything. Maybe we can find it in foraging. Maybe we can find the large bucket itself in foraging. Maybe it's in a loot table. It's like... I found regular wooden bucket and I was so excited when I found it. I'm like, oh, it's great. I've got the wooden bucket. And then it's not the right one. Oh, it can spawn in barns and in blacksmith crates. Now, the large wooden bucket, not a wooden bucket, right? Because the wooden bucket and the bellows seem to spawn everywhere. I've seen them everywhere. but they need to be the large variant. They can't be the small one. A large wooden bucket is very weird. So does the large wooden bucket spawn in places? Because I haven't seen it yet, but if it does, I will look in every barn on the map for it. Before I try and, you know, before I wait. Absolute worst case scenario, we've got, we do have a regular furnace. The only difference between the two furnaces is one lets you make glass and other things like that. So if I want to make those kinds of things, I can go to like McCoy Estates and make the glass there. But yeah, the large bellows is at least craftable. I should be able to make that. It's just weird that the wooden bucket is not craftable. And not findable. Or maybe it is findable. Tin can, please? I have 2 bottle. Or just wooden bucket in different places of the UI. See, because that's the thing, is the dot bucket wood is not usable in the recipe. I've tried. I checked the building menu while I was in Coalfield with the wooden bucket, and it wouldn't work. It's like dot bucket wood or something like that. And the other one that we need is dot bucket. It's dot bucket something wood, lem something. I don't remember. Dot something. It's a different bucket. It's not the same. Yeah, it's the large bucket. So that one does show up in barns? I'm gonna have to go looking for this thing now. That's tough. It'll say wooden bucket. Yeah, it's weird because it says wooden bucket, but there is a wooden bucket. But it has a visual naming conflict. Yeah. It's because there's two, right? There's two buckets that exist in the code. There's the wooden bucket and the large wooden bucket, just like there's the bellows and then there's the large bellows. What are the bellows and the regular wooden bucket for? The regular wooden bucket seems like it's for transferring liquid. That's what it seems like it's for. But what's the regular bellows for? Is it just a decoration or? It says that it's used to heat stuff up, but like it's weird. Because I don't think you can use it. Or maybe you can, and I just don't know how. I'll have to check every single bucket to see if it's a large bucket in disguise. That sounds terrible. Oh well, I mean, it could be worse. But finding out that they're in barn loot is useful. You can fish in winter now? Yeah, you can fish anywhere there's a hot spot. Remember, this is fishing line fishing. And fishing line fishing requires like level 1 fishing to fish in winter. So, or at least it used to. So, like, it's just superior fishing, and they've removed spearfishing. So long as there's a hotspot and you play the mini game, yep. Now, and then it's not, it's fairly good in terms of caloric values. So like here, this isn't, these fish aren't really that big, but they'll still be decent in calorie size. Something else that you can do is you can also cut up the fish and use the fish themselves as bait. So you see these fish that we have here? I can take them and we can cut them up and we can use them as bait. Do I have a knife on me? I don't. Because I left my backpack inside. It just, yeah, you got to use fillets, but because I'm not going to go inside right now. There's no point when I have bait right here. But yeah, you can start with a few bugs, and then you can use the fillets. It's basically like you start off with and from what I can tell, maybe there's an influence on which types of fish you catch via your bait. I don't know yet if that's how it works, but I've found large stuff in both. The iron bands can also spawn in blacksmith crates. Oh, that's really good to know. Okay, so then they're lootables right now. Okay, so I'll write that down. Iron bands and large bucket are lootable. Thank you very much for the raid. Sorry, I'm not glazing over it. I'm just trying to write this stuff down before I forget about it. I appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream and you enjoyed yourself. And I don't know if you were playing. Were you playing Zomboid? Here, do the Panther. And thank you very much for the big cat emotes. I really like Gigantify because you get to see all the intricate details on the different things. It's neat. And thank you. Do appreciate. Let's have a peek. Yeah, it says that you were playing Zomboid, I think. How goes your run? You were exploring build 42. Interesting. Your name is familiar to me. I know we've met before. Trying to remember where. You know. I used to be on Second Life. Trying to think, because I think I've seen you before. Don't remember. We've met before. I remember that much. It's nice to see you again. The where doesn't matter so much in my mind. It's just so long as it's like I'm remembering. It'll come to me eventually, I'm sure. And obviously it's something that's mundane and not important in my brain for some reason. You've rated me before. Yes, you have. Have I watched your playthroughs before? Maybe that's it. I watch a lot of Zomboid content though. Like a lot of Zomboid content. Because I really like watching the different playthroughs and people exploring and doing their thing. It's really cool. Zomboid's really wholesome like that. Everybody kind of just doing their best to survive and kill the zombies and loot and enjoy themselves and different base designs and different ways to play. Some people like to play builder style, some people like to play brutality mode, some people like to play a bunch of different things, right? It's so cool. I do love that part about Zomboid. This is an actual fish that's going to fight me. Maybe. If I'm careful, though, it won't. Yeah, it's a medium walleye. 50. So much. That's... Yes. But yeah, hopefully your stream is good. And folks should follow so that they can see when you go live. Trying to go for the video store, but it went off the rails. I mean, isn't that Zomboid in a nutshell? I'm gonna do this! And then you waddle around. Because you can't do exactly what you think you can sometimes. Like when I was looking for a sledgehammer. I'm like, I'm gonna find a sledgehammer right away, probably. I drove all the way to Riverside, ran out of gas, and got stranded there for like half of an in-game month. I had to go and find a generator inside the storage units after grinding away at the factory and the storage units till the zombies were all dead so that I could get through there. I looked in the factory, nothing but ingots, which is crazy. There was a lot of ingots there, but no sledgehammer. And then I make it to the storage units. Okay, I finally have the generator, but I don't have a way to fuel the generator. So I had to look through the storage units trying to find a hose. Found a hose, and then grabbed the vehicle that had gas, drove it over to the gas station, siphoned the fuel out of the vehicle, put that fuel into the generator so I could fuel the vehicle, and then fuel the generator, just so I could put the generator into the back of that vehicle, drive to a different gas station, power that gas station, fuel my actual car, and then drive back. And then my car still broke down on the way back. Like, so I was driving back from Riverside, right? I drove all the way back, all the way down here, and the car breaks down like here. And I'm like in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's like, what was it? I think it was like 10 o'clock at night. I had to like hoof it all the way to Rosewood, get gas out of the gas station, hoof it all the way back, get back in the car, and there were zombies along the route. And I was tired. And my character couldn't really fight them very well. And that's why we bring the emergency flask. But yeah. I still got places in the prison that I gotta go tidy off. But that's that aside, Rosewood itself has been defeated, and so has Phallus. Those are the two minor victories that we have in this playthrough so far. And then part of the prison is done. But I still have to check this inner sort of section, as well as I know that these two wings need to be done. And then there's a basement here. I'm nervous about that. The classic gas quest. It wasn't my fault. I planned ahead. And like the vehicle went fine from this gas station all the way up there to this one before it ran out of gas. Now but it didn't make it from here to there because I think cruise control is broken right now and it's using more fuel than it should be, as well as I think maybe if you drive a little faster that your vehicle uses less fuel. Wait, the bellows and the regular wooden bucket are used in a crapload of recipes, but it's all disabled? So that bellows is probably used to make the smaller furnace, like the simple furnace? And the simple furnace and the advanced furnace are not supposed to have the same recipe. But right now, based on the framework, they do have the same recipe. Oh, that's why. It makes 100 times more sense that those exist now, that they would be common and that they would be everywhere, and that maybe even you can make them a lot easier, but they'd be a stepping stone towards the advanced one, right? You could make the medium one, small, medium, large is how it would go. Yeah. In Build 41, it wasn't just tied to it being on though, Rhett, because if your character, you could leave vehicles idle for months, or not months, but when I was at the bridge, it's based on RPM. Yeah, it's RPM for sure. Because I remember when I was doing the long playthrough, I left a vehicle here, and over a month, like it was here parked. It was a van, and it was just there parked, and it was on the whole time. And when I got there finally, it wasn't out of fuel. It still had fuel left, actually. I think it had like 10% or something. I could go back in the footage and look for it, but it was still on, and I was shocked to see it still on. This bridge haunts my nightmares. It does. Anybody who's ever done this understands. You can ask Lamprey, you can ask Twist, you can ask lots of folks that have done the bridge push. It was 11 days. I like fighting zombies. I do. I think it's fun. I enjoy it. But this was 11 days in reality, like of fighting nonstop, doing thousands of kills. It was just a lot of zombies. A lot of zombies. The disabled recipes let you use the primitive forge to make some of the higher tier recipes if you have a regular bellows. Oh, cool. So you can put like a bellows near it and it lets you make more stuff. That seems kind of cool, but it's all disabled. Makes sense. That sounds really cool. Thank you for my frog hat back. Do appreciate. Like you equip it to it. Yeah, okay. I, so you put it in its inventory, similar to how the beds work right now. For not the beds, but like the camp, the tents. How you put stuff in their inventory to make them active. So like to raise their sleep values, you got to put like a sleeping bag, a gym mat, a pillow in those inventories. It's a good system. I like those systems, and I like the idea of so I was talking about this with Claire, but I very much like the idea. And actually, I'm going to continue this train of thought in a little bit because ads just caught my eye. So, should I refill my tea? Here, I'm gonna write down Claire discuss um items bed. Those words will cue my brain in a couple of minutes when I come back. But I don't want to talk about this and then other people be left out because of the ads. So I'm gonna be right back. Right, the ads are nearly done, as well as I just finished making my tea, so wait like 10 more seconds and then we'll go into this train of thought because this train of thought is interesting and I like the idea of it. So, okay, and okay. So most of the ads should be done. Anyways, I was discussing this with Claire, but because, like, for example, if you place a pillow on a bed, it registers that bed as, good plus pillow, right? Although those definitions are not quite working at this time, like, and it's worse, it ends up being worse for your character at the moment. The fact that that framework is there implies that they'll be able to do that with other items as well. Meaning that if you could collect items from around the map, like maybe 5 or 10 items of rare quality in different loot pools, for example, that are possibly in very special locations, like maybe one in the military compound on one of the lower levels that's kind of guaranteed to spawn, and then do that with a few things around the map, you could have a place that is of special interest that you have to collect all these items for, and then you put the items on a tile or a pedestal. Yeah, I know the pillow's still kind of bugged. It just don't put it on good quality and above. It's meant for a average quality and below right now. But my thought process is the framework is there to have multiple items on a square on a tile, right? So imagine collecting items around the map to unlock a tile that like maybe opens something that's special. Kind of like a final boss or something. Or like a special area, you know? That you can't get in any other way. That it doesn't, like, even the sledge, you can't sledge your way in. You can't, like, all of the tiles in this entire area are, like, special. Like, they're special tiles. They can't be interacted with. Except by opening it via these items. It'd be cool. Of course, you'd still have people who can, like, phase through it using debug and stuff like that. But, like, I mean, you'd at least, it'd be a cool idea to have that. And yeah, I like that. Those kind of things are definers. And actually, I think then even speedrun.com would have to take into account that Zomboid has a finishing point then, and it would probably accept that as a category. But of course, I don't care so much about that. That's not ever been one of my focuses, but it's an interesting idea to have to collect things and then kind of like extraction, but more like special, I guess. But yes, pillow is bugged right now. There's a whole bunch of different energy systems. That seems kind of interesting. I'm hoping it's because they're planning to make the other generators work. Like those generators you see kicking around, the ones that are not what's it called? The bigger generators, like part of the electrical grid. I'd love to be able to turn on the grid. It would make powering bases like the prison so much better if there was a way to power the whole thing without having awkward stuff. Do you need level 1 fishing to start in winter? I don't know the answer to that anymore because build 41 is different than build 42 and I've not tried it. But if you're wanting my opinion on CDDA, don't care about that right off the bat. Get rid of your cold, heal your injury, and then start looking for pieces of a fishing rod. But to get your weight up, I would actually look for all the animals should be dead. But if you can find cows or sheep, then that right there is a means for butter. So you can get butter from that. And then I would be looking for the pieces of a fishing rod, and I would try it regardless of if you're able to fish or not, because you can build up fishing XP even if you aren't really catching anything. Like if you're catching like tin cans and stuff like that, you'll still get fishing XP. And then it's just a matter of leveraging that before your calories drop off too hard. But you'll find enough food in CDDA that you'll be okay, at least for the first little while. It's why I stopped doing CDDA. Because if folks remember, I did a couple playthroughs that kind of flopped, and then I did a CDDA. I did 3 CDDA attempts. I broke the first one because I broke the cold. What I mean is I still had the cold, but it wasn't sneezing. So I broke the cold in the first one. So I just deleted that one because I felt like I cheated it. Second one, I died in the fire, I think, or I died trying to get away from the fire. I don't remember. And then the third one, we'd won. Like I got away. We got rid of the cold, healed the body, and like I mean, I was on my way to doing CDDAs, and then but I was like, I want to interact with the other systems, so I was like, and that's when we started the Schubert playthrough. And then this one is the playthrough that's for the special effects. I've got both of them still active, but this is the one that folks wanted to watch me play more, so we've been doing this one. You may be able to put a campfire next to you to improve your winter fishing because it's temperature based. That's hilarious if that's the case. Because that red is correct. Here, 1 second. I'll pull this in and I'll show the menu. Okay. I caught a fish. What? I wasn't trying to catch a fish. Anyways, in this menu here, you can actually see good, normal, normal, bad. So time, weather, wind, and temperature. In theory, like he says, if you put a campfire near yourself, I mean, you'll be able to fish better. But you can see me catching fish now, but it could be because my fishing level's so high. What is it? Yeah, we're level 4. I mean, it's not the be all end all, but it's fairly okay. And I've not noticed a major differences in the bait yet. So either those are not defined, or perhaps they will be defined later better. I don't know, because I've caught the largest kinds of fish with a lot of different types of bait. None of the energy types are being used. Oh, so bandages will be able to be sterilized with temperature and hot water. It's just disabled at the moment. Fascinating. I was wondering why they got rid of that, because I'm like, it kind of hurts the disinfect or die style of play a little bit. But at the same time, I'm like, maybe they have a reason for balancing it out to alcohol, and that kind of makes sense to a degree. But then when we were doing the alcohol tests, because I did the alcohol tests recently, a lot of the 40 proofs are utilizable for disinfecting, but they're not able to be used to make sterilized rags. So, for example, vodka and whiskey are the only 2 alcohols that can be used to disinfect, not counting rubbing alcohol, obviously. But the other ones, rum, gin, scotch, all of those ones, they can't be used to make disinfected, sterilized rags. Nope, scotch does not work. I tried it. It's in the pile of doesn't work to make sterilized rags, but it does work to disinfect. So any of the 40 proofs that are not vodka or whiskey are utilizable for disinfecting, but not sterilizing. It's weird, but I tried them all. We did try them. We tried gin, scotch. What did we try? I remember we tried quite a lot. We also found out that wine, including box wine and beer, are all not able to. They're not high enough alcohol content in order to disinfect or use for that. Can they be used for Molotovs? No. Or maybe? I don't know. I didn't try Molotovs. I know you need a crafting recipe for them now, though. But I haven't tried it. Um, so I don't know the answer for the Molotov thing, but I know that Scotch gin. We tried a bunch of them. What was it? Scotch gin, tequila. There was another one. Scotch gin, tequila, rum. Yeah, Scotch gin, tequila, and rum all do not make sterilized rags, but they do. Whiskey is bourbon. Where bourbon and whiskey are the same. Those are the. It's whiskey. Whiskey and vodka do make sterilized rags, and so does rubbing alcohol. Those three things are used for sterilized rags. They count as alcohol, but for some reason the other proofs don't. They don't count as alcohol because I did try them. So it's all where is it? It's this one right here, right? This recipe. It says that but it's looking for the liquids inside these, right? So although you'll see on this list things like where is it? Gin, and it's not talking about the actual liquid, it's talking about the bottle. So a gin bottle with alcohol in it. And the apparently Scotch, rum, whiskey, or sorry, Scotch, rum, gin, and tequila all don't count. Yeah, you can disinfect the wound, but you can't make sterilized rags with them at this time. I think it's an oversight. I think it's a mistake. Is that they just didn't put the recipe on those liquids. I think that's gonna get fixed because they're all 40 proofs and they don't make it doesn't make sense that those 40 proofs can be used to say it's disinfect, but they're not allowed to be used for sterilized rags. Meanwhile, vodka and whiskey can, and they're the same. Like they're all the same. There's not any difference between the liquids, as far as I know. However, we did speculate that possibly it could be because of the like maybe there's something different about them. Like in this universe, maybe there's sugars inside them that oh they're not very good for the soaking in the rags, but they can clean the wound. It's headcanon. That right there just doesn't. I just think it's an oversight. That's all. That it'll get fixed. The 40 proofs, and I'd be cool if you could make your own. And that's the tangent we went on is making our own because we've seen the brewery, so it's be very possible to make your own. But yeah, hopefully that kind of it's weird. But I went and checked that right away because I tried to make sterilized rags and it wouldn't work. So I was like, did I do something wrong? Because somebody had asked and they said, yeah, you totally can make it with boiled water. They had the common sense mod. So if you have the common sense mod, it changes a lot of things about the game that are not in vanilla. And although my game does have a couple of mods, my game is vanilla plus. It's vanilla with sprinkles. It's you know I don't have anything that changes the game. I have stuff that shows me like colorful pictures on my map or my XP values or adjust the moodles so they're a little bit more clear. That's all. All the mods. You've been having fun with your mod stuff, have you, Rhett? I was watching you for a bit. You were like perusing the mod list. You're like looking through and seeing some of the videos and stuff. And like there was like a skill videos and stuff. Like I seen they had like a picture of like a brain that goes like lots of lasers everywhere. The fix mods. I'm a little bit like I want those, but at the same time I don't because just in case I don't want to get used to a mod like that and then the devs change it to where things are already fixed and then like what's the point, right? Because then it could brick my save. I need a knife on my person. Yeah, I found that weird too. Have you seen this, by the way? Check this out. It says that I've read the Longblade 1 and Longblade 2, and Reloading 1 and Reloading 2, Aiming 1 and Aiming 2, but I've not read those. At least I don't think I have. Maybe I've read one of them, but I've not definitely not read all of them. And I'm not getting any bonus from that. I've got the standard bonus from the level 2 aiming, like, or a level 3 from being a police officer, but that doesn't explain the Longblade. See? And I don't get a long blade bonus. Where's my long blade bonus? Like I get it, fine. Okay, maybe the reloading and the aiming is from police officer, right? But what about long blade? Where's my long blade bonus? It says I read the book. Yeah, because they go with reloading. It's weird. How are you doing, by the way, Higgins? Yeah, we'll send you to bed. To small slice them to make them smaller. I seen that mod on the workshop. I was like, I'm tempted, but at the same time, I have pans, so it's fine. I can make the fillets smaller on my own with the pans via vanilla. I don't like the current soups and stews method though. Remember how we used to be able to make stews and soups? I'm struggling to make stews and soups now. Can't make them properly. For some reason, my character always takes a small sip of the water. Even if I have it disabled, it's like one droplet of the water seems to dissolve out, and I don't get to make the stew, probably because of that. Like sometimes it says 14.99, and then some other times it says 1500, and it's weird. Oh, so the alcohol thing is gonna be a thing. That's gonna make Bonds very happy to hear that if he doesn't already know. We should tell Bonds. I'm gonna tell Bonds right now. Uh, there's the Bonds. He's probably sleeping or streaming or making videos. So everything else is magic to you. Yeah. It's weird. I hope that cooking becomes a bit more clear. I would love cooking to have a better section, like in terms of its understanding, as well as I would love it if I could save a recipe. You know what I mean? Like if I put stuff in here that you shouldn't be on there. But to be able to like save a recipe that you make in cooking and then be able to use similar ingredients, like favorite it and be like, yeah, I want to make that cool fish gumbo that I made yesterday or something, just something like that. Ooh, actually, can I make a fruit salad with that bowl? Where's the bowl? I'm pretty sure I've shown Rhett the oversized bowl. But we've got a. I want to see if you can eat with it. Because we've seen that you can drink with it. I haven't seen if you can eat with it. I'm pretty sure you can, though. Enjoy your dinner. And we appreciate your delving into the code. The clay ball. It's a joy, isn't it, Rat? It's just a joy. I hope it never goes away. Or if there's a modder out there listening, please make it an extra item, like to keep it around. I love this bowl. It is my favorite bowl. Oh, come on. You won't let me cut. Maybe I need to be over here. No, it won't let me put salad into it. This bowl doesn't let me put salad into it. Of course you won't let me eat out of you. That would be too hard. For those that don't have a clue what I'm talking about, I am going to do this, and you're going to get a treat. No, we're going to do this. Disable auto drink. Let's get thirsty. In for a treat. Are you ready? Come on, get thirsty. There, he's thirsty. Okay, ready? Ready, ready? Have a drink. Out of my totally normal sized bowl. I love it so much. It's such a good bowl. Yeah, the fish calories are you know, they are what they are. I'm sure that things will get adjusted eventually. If they make butchering a little bit better, then for example, like I mentioned before, if they add lard to the butchering, you haven't seen the here. I have a look. For comparison's sake, here we'll do this because I did this comparison yesterday and I like it. I think it really puts into perspective it. Right? There should be one in here. Okay, right? These bowls are the same. They are the same bowls, like the same in size, right? And for extra comparison, this right here is a flask that has 200 more capacity than this bowl does. So this flask holds 500 milliliters, right? Meanwhile, both of these bowls only hold 300 milliliters. So this flask on the inside is bigger than this bowl by 200 milliliters. Right? And these bowls are the same. They hold the same. Ta-da! Reverse TARDIS. It's smaller on the inside than it looks on the outside. Favorite. Looks like a punch bowl. Yeah, like one of those big ones from like the standard party scene, you know, like I need that around me at all times in case I ever need a good laugh. I can just enjoy that bowl. It makes me so happy. I really, as much as it is an oversight and it's clearly a scaling issue, I don't care. I love it. I've cried twice laughing at that bowl, which perhaps says you know, that there is a certain, I don't know. It's like a bobblehead. Maybe there's some issues there. I'm not sure. It's such a big bowl. You can make your own too, by the way. If you want that giant bowl, it's really easy. You just need to make a pottery bench, and then it costs 2 clay, and you can make one. And then you got to fire it in a kiln, which costs 20 clay. So that's a little bit more of an ask. But you know, chances are you're gonna make a kiln anyways. Don't want to be walking around for a bit. But yeah, I agree with Rhett. But at the same time, fish has always been for gaining weight. So it makes sense that the caloric values are going to be high-ish for fish. Not as high as they are, obviously, especially for the tinier fish. But I do think that when they address butchering, and like I said, the easiest fix I can think of is give butchering a little bit of lard. Lard as one of the outcomes, between 1 and 4, depending on your butchering skill. If they were to give a little bit of lard for butchering, people would be more apt to do it. And then all you do is make it so that both butter and lard are required in recipes, so that you have to cook with them, forcing people into putting butter and lard in things like roast pans. Suddenly, people are interacting with the cooking system and they're interacting with the butchering system, because lard is not hard to get then, because you can just get it from the animals. Also, you will get all the resources from the animals, plus forcibly interacting people with the cooking system. Now, I'm sure there's folks in the chat that are like, no, 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 don't make that happen. That sounds horrible. I prefer just eating the stick of butter. But have you ever ate a stick of butter? Why are you doing that to your character? Don't eat a stick of butter. Put it in a recipe. Stop eating the butter. I can't really say that I haven't eaten the butter, because I have, but I've not eaten butter in this particular playthrough. Higgins has never had animals that are like he's got pigs and stuff, but he's not used butter that way. It's outside of eating it from a fridge that he found. I also don't do hour-long burpee sessions. I mean, but if you did, could you imagine how much you would like work if you worked out like your character worked out? One, you would hate life because you'd be in pain all the time. Because I mean, agony, right? Especially doing the same types of exercise over and over and over again. Apparently, in the code though, if you make your exercise variant, it gives you a bonus. That's what somebody said. I don't know if it's true, but it kind of makes sense. Maybe that's not active if that is true, or maybe it is there somewhere in like potential, but I don't know. All I know is I don't really care for the exercise system. I'm only doing it because it's somewhat required. We don't need to stay at home, actually. Just gonna eat all the berries. I'll bring them with me. Yeah, exactly. If you put it in like a popcorn or something. I love the new models, by the way. They're awesome. The new models are amazing, and I'm sure that a lot of folks like we should let the we should say the things we like a lot more. You know, enjoy my hat. Good day. Hi, Knock. You thought I'd get a second one? No, you take my hat to wear. Enjoy it. You get to wear it. There you go. That's why you took it, right? You can put it on and run around for a bit. That's what I think every time somebody takes the hat, is that they're nicking it so that they can put it on and run around. Or put it on and sit quietly. I don't know which. Depends on the person who takes it, I suppose. You wanted to give my frog hat a frog hat? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. It's not like that. Sorry. Okay, we're only going to the prison for a short time right now. Something else that I don't... Well, we'll see. Ooh, beta blockers. They can go there on the ground. Oh, my game didn't like whatever I just did. Is this? Yeah, it is. Where did I get it? I found it in a house in a child's bedroom. So I'm thinking child bedrooms, toy stores, and D&D events. I got confiscated it for the law. Because now I can fight the law and be like, or for the law and be, be a wizard. But that's the same for the D&D pouch of dice if you're looking for it. Same thing. Bedrooms, RPG store works as well, yeah. But you know, there'll be a few places. Storage units, because I found a dice pouch in a storage unit as well. So you know, storage units, D&D related stuff. So that would be the event in the RPG store. Children's bedrooms. And I actually haven't seen a gun in a kid's bedroom for a while, so that's kind of nice. I kind of hope it stays that way because it was always strange finding firearms in kids' bedrooms. But they may still be on that list for dressers in general. I'm gonna bail because there's gonna be too many zombies. Okay. So well, I mean, if you found chewing tobacco, then that means that there's probably guns in there, and it's probably just the same table as. But there might be other variants on that loot table, but I don't know. It's one of those things, right? You could make arguments that it's teens, but I mean, eh. But yeah, I'll show you exactly which house I got it in if you want to go and have a look for yourself. But I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to be there. But it was this house over by Dan's Den. Be careful a little bit by this area. It's not super high pop, but there are some zombies there. There was more zombies here though, because there's a gas station here. Coalfield surprisingly didn't have that many zombies. I thought there would be more. Same for this area. I thought it would be a lot more busy, and not empty. It definitely it took a few days to clear it, but I mean, and I'm playing on on a POC, like Apocalypse. So this is it's sort of like, what is it? What's Apocalypse at its peak? Is it 1? Is it times 1, or is it still times 6.5 or what? I don't remember what it is at its peak. I remember it used to be 1.2, didn't it? I don't remember. I don't play on Apocalypse very often, but it made sense to play on Apocalypse for the special effects stuff because I was like, I'm gonna and we just, you know, I expected Van Higgins to die. It goes up to 1.5. Okay, well then it's 1.5 times. So if you like, we've got multiple people saying that, so I'm gonna believe you guys. But yeah, still it's not very high pop. It's still low pop, but yeah, I expected Higgins to die. He did not. Did not die. The only thing I adjusted was muscle strain because I wanted a little bit more. And then I was going to put it on 1.67, but then I was like, you know what? It's silly to have extra decimals. Let's just round it up. So I rounded it up to 2. Yeah. $1.69. Yeah, a lot of people will put it on that for the memes, right? I think Lamprey put his on 1.69. But to make it like the old way, it would be 1.67, right? Almost no discernible difference between the two, though. And even up to times 2. I feel like 1.67 versus times 2, it's basically the same. Like, pretty much. There's almost no difference. Cranking it up to times 5, though, I can tell you right now, there's a huge difference between times 2 and times 5. Because I played a little bit with times 5, and your character is in agony at all times. You just live in agony. It sucks. At least for the first while. I need to do more testing with it beyond to see when the breaking point is, when it stops being agony. Because there is obviously a breaking point eventually, and then sort of leveraging the time or the zombies per kill kind of thing. I don't think times 10 will be something that I would want to do, because I don't think that it's good. Because times 10, every swing that you do with your weapon would be worth a 1/10 of your muscle strain bar, right? So even times 5 is pretty harsh. But at least you can kind of, hello, by the way, is like lower things. Oh no. Okay. I think that that's as high as I would want to go, though. Is the maximum that I would want to go is times 5. Times 2 is it's not hampering that badly. Like, it's okay. And same for. I don't feel like muscle strain itself is that bad, especially once you get to higher levels. But I still need to test it more. And then it may get changed. We'll see. I don't know. Like I said, most things are dynamic. That's one of the reasons why I haven't started a scoreboard yet for build 42. And why I won't for a while. And I don't think anybody would blame me. It's in a dynamic phase at the moment. Plus, it's a hobby. I can start it whenever I want. Blame Canada. Beady little eyes. Pack their heads full of lies. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Some populations are too sick. Yeah, no, I know. I chugged my game down to 2 FPS over beside the bus depot when I was running past, playing offline. It was harsh. And I know there are worse cells than that bus depot cell. Cause on what was it, on 8 times? Cause my other playthrough with Schubert's is 8 times, right? I went past that gun store that's over in Echo Creek, and my game almost crashed. It was so close. I ran away so fast. But my game was like ready. It was like on the verge. It was like we're gonna crash, okay? That gun store is awful. And there's a handful of folks that have cleared that gun store by now. I've heard tell of a few folks that have beaten it. So it makes me happy that most of the zombie community is getting better as a whole. We're all improving. We're all surviving. Makes me happy to hear. We don't improve, we persist. I think I can kill a few more zombies before we go home. How bad is my muscle strain right now? It's not. Interesting. I wonder when my damage is so absolutely terrible. Okay, I need to use zombies that are over there to be introduced. Oh, I'm tired. That's why. Okay, I'm leaving then. I forgot that I'm tired. I was like, why is my damage so atrocious? My muscle strain's down. I'm maybe the normal debuffs in the game are hurting me? Maybe, just maybe. It lags on Apocalypse too? Yeah, it does. The very first time I ever interacted with that gun store was on no, it was on 8 times actually. I didn't know that gun store was there before. I was trying to think if I had interacted with it prior to, but I don't think so. I actually went the long way both times when I went to Schubert's, which was along this route here. Um, I went along this, down here, or no, it was down from here actually. Here, down there. I lived down here for a while. This is a wildlife preserve. I know now. Because I've looked at the big map, like the other map, the one that has all the labels. Um, not the online one yet. I still haven't looked at the new interactive map because I'm trying to. I've given myself this in this playthrough, but like so I can see the map now. But I still haven't been everywhere. I've been in some places though, because I was curious. I'm like I gotta go and visit this place by myself. I still haven't gone down in the bottom of the prison though, so I don't know what's down there. Because I wanted that to be a surprise. And if I die down there, I die down there. But so there's this was the gun store. I walked past this on times 8. I was actually in the field when I walked past it, and my game dropped down to like single digit FPS, and then it was getting ready to crash. We all who have played on time 16 know that feeling. That feeling of the game getting ready to crash. It's like reflex to run away at that point. I ran as fast as I could in the other direction this way to get away from the zombies so that it didn't lag my game to the point of crash. And then I had to slowly circle my way back gradually while letting the zombies kind of fan out and load in a little bit so that I could slip past them and run down this road. But that's only on 8 times. Imagine 16 times, so double that number, and suddenly you will get 100% crash percentage. You feel like it, and then you fast move towards the thickest part of the crowd. See, that's Rep being the bundle of chaos. Hey, Rhett, want to see something funny? You've probably seen this already, but check this. I can drive directly through that one, right? But that one's solid. So funny. I love this game. Yeah, have you noticed the ground thing as well? Lamprey's seen it and I seen it as well, where some ground slows you. Like significantly slows you. And it's problematic. It's like grass, some grass spots. It's just it's awful. You go from moving normal to moving like a fraction of your speed. It's horrible. Suddenly your movement speed is nerfed and you're like, "Uh-oh." And then in situations like you're kiting zombies, that's extremely dangerous to have happen. Because you don't want to be accidentally dealing with that. Yeah, super slow. It's probably because they're on the grass tile that causes the slow in the first place. Um, Lamprey showed it a little bit beside the prison, but also I've seen it as well. I can't show you on my map, but it's like just across. It happened to me as well. It it was really annoying because I was kiting zombies at that time, and then my character slowed down, and I didn't panic, but like I was like very like I ran away. I was like, nope, nope, not doing this, and then I ran away and over to where I knew there was street, there was road. But imagine you're fighting on in like snow where you can't really make like you can't really see the ground as easily, and you end up on one of those tiles while you're kiting. Especially now because some nature's so aggressive and some of the road tiles are getting like, they turn into potholes or something. Now imagine one of the potholes takes on one of those effects. Suddenly you're in the middle of a street, you take a step back, your character's slowed, and then you're not expecting it, you know, and let's say you miss, like I did in that clip, because that's what happened to me in that clip. While I'm fighting, you can see my character move back one tile a little bit too far. I go for a short blade attack and I miss because I'm a little bit too far back because of the tile distance, right? Because you think of it like 3 tiles and I took one step a little too far back. So I split the tile, missed my first short blade attack, and then because of my cursor positioning, a lot of folks are misunderstanding the targeting right now, and they think that they're getting the push bug. It's not a push bug. It's proximity targeting to your cursor. That's what's happening. And I'm trying to let folks know that when it comes up, that's what that is. It's very clearly you're putting your cursor up close to the wrong zombie, and that's causing you to get push the wrong one, and then as a result, that's how it goes. Yeah, it's treating it kind of like it's because Rhett showed it in when he did that aiming thing that the melee is no longer conish. It's now taking on the same look as the it's probably still conish, but it's like it looks like the aim, but it's not. It still exists. Yeah, no, I know. But it's taking on a look like the guns when it's still just the aim cone. But it's got proximity as well, right? It's got a little bit of proximity, but it's cursor based. So if you aim wrong, like in this clip here, I can show it here really quick. 1 second. Videos, clips. Oh, wrong one. There we are. In case other folks haven't seen this clip. There we go. Change to 0.25. Here, I'll show you. You'll have to check it out more. I can show this in this clip right here because you can see very, very easily in this clip how it works. So if you watch here, I miss the first melee because my character moved back onto this tile and then is attacking this tile here in front of her. So that's why. That's why that first attack misses, right? Is because I move back and I attack. And now there's nothing in this tile. So obviously I'm not going to connect with anything. So, and this zombie's not quite in this tile yet. So these 2 tiles are both empty. That's why it misses. Okay? If you look then slowly, I go for the push. It's pushing this zombie because of proximity. They're both on the same tile. It's proximity to my cursor. That's what's doing it. Pushes that zombie, and then as a result, dead. Right? Now, most of the time, you're not going to want that to happen. You're obviously going to want to push the zombie that's closest to you. So, closest to the cone, right? However, it's not a push. I know it's not a push bug. I feel like this is player caused. I caused this by aiming wrong. I aimed wrong there. My cursor was in the wrong spot. So it's not a push bug. As much as a lot of folks will make that misunderstanding. It's not. It's my fault that the cursor is in the wrong spot, right? Because see right here, I could have aimed here and this would have pushed this zombie, right? But that I aimed here. I can reproduce this 100 times if I keep trying. It's kind of, but yeah. But this is the easiest example that I can show is that this cursor should be here. or closer to this zombie to hit this zombie. But I could reproduce this. There's also isometric issues as well when two zombies are on the same tile. So it'll place it based on wherever the cursor is instead of proximity. It's easier to tell if the aim outline's on, but I like because you'll see the flicker. You know what I mean when I'm talking about this stuff for sure, right? But I don't see it as a push bug. I see it as the cursor. It should be a setting to change between cursor proximity and player proximity. It should, and then people can set it to player proximity, and then it'll always push the zombie that's closest to you. That should be the setting. But there are cases to be made where you would want to push the zombie behind this zombie here. It's very rare, but like for example, sometimes I would want to melee this zombie here and then push this zombie, right? So let's say this zombie here has something in it I want, and I know that it's going to die in the next hit. So I hit this zombie to kill it, and then I push this zombie afterwards with the remaining attack. Because, you can usually go melee, push. Although this is a little close for that, and I probably wouldn't want to do that. But it's like, I can see fringe cases of where you would want it on cursor proximity versus player proximity. But it should be a setting, definitely. And this is where people mess up and think it's a push bug. It's not. It's us being not understanding how the aiming works and us essentially fucking it up. So, and it's very easy to mess this up in sprinters. Very easy. Because sprinters rush at you and are in the same tile a lot. So, as a result, that's kind of what's going on with the push bug. In quotation marks. I don't feel it's like there are cases to be made where it's push bug and cases to be made where it's not. This, for example, right here is the most common case of not. So that because the push bug does exist, but I feel like it's in most parts ends up being this, which is a player error. So, see? Because you can very clearly see I missed my first attack because there's no zombies there. And then my cursor's in the wrong spot. So I pushed the wrong zombie. You can completely see that this is my fault, right? But it's partly the game's fault as well, because that's not fully clear, right? And I can see a lot of folks getting frustrated by this. But in saying that, hopefully that I'm coming through clear. And people understand what I'm saying. But yes, that should be a setting. That instead of it targeting where your cursor is, it should target where the player is. So like player proximity versus cursor proximity. So that it'll target the one that's closest. It's difficult though, because when they're on the same tile like that, sometimes you'll get the flicker, which can be very easily seen if you have the aim outlines on. If you go back and watch anyone who's had the push bug, you can watch the aim outline flicker back and forth, and that's if they're using the aim outline. If they're not, well then suddenly it becomes a lot harder to tell. But like in that case right there, I showed frame by frame where things messed up. And I probably could do the same if anybody were to send me any clips about the push bug and say, hey, this is the push bug. I'll be like, okay, I'll take it frame by frame and I'll show you where the targeting system thinks it should be doing. And it's there's a very fringe amount of push bugs and then a lot of what you just seen. Like I said, most of the time it's in sprinters, because sprinters very frequently jump onto the same tile and attack both at once. So it becomes very difficult to tell, especially if you don't use the aim outline. But you just take it frame by frame and then you try to learn. Don't blame the game right away, because it's not always the game's fault. Sometimes it's player error. Most of the time it's player error, actually. And if we can't, put aside our ego for a bit and decide, hey, I might not be perfect and it might be my fault, then you're not going to learn. You're just going to get frustrated and you're going to make angry comments about the game, and then suddenly it's over, you know? To put it plainly, though, I'm not saying the push bug doesn't exist, because it does. It's just that a lot of the time folks misinterpret that what just happened as the push bug, when that's not. That's player error. And there is, it's tough, because the targeting system's trying its best, but a good example would be with Lamprey on that fence, because and I've had that too, where suddenly my character down attacks, and I have my down attack set to manual, so if I don't press that button, it shouldn't down attack, but sometimes it does. So something's happening there that's forcing the down attack even when I don't want it to. But I don't know. It's something based in the targeting, and those are combat bugs. But hopefully that comes through clear and that you guys understand. And if not, and if you disagree with me and stuff, feel free to. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I'm simply showing my perspective, and then how it makes sense to me based on what I'm seeing and based on what how I'm interpreting it. Because then you've got to take that into account and then think about, okay, well, how are the devs supposed to take into fix this if they don't have something constructive to work with? Because telling them to fix it doesn't really help. You know, there's got to be something constructive that they can use, show examples and say, okay, well, so here's where this is messing up and here's where we could fix it maybe. And, you know, take that like with a grain of salt. Like, you don't have to use that fix, but like, I mean, there are examples, right? Be constructive, not destructive. There's no sense in just being angry, and it's a waste of your energy. Do something else. I can understand frustration, though, because it is frustrating to lose progress. Especially if you feel robbed. And I've had my fair share of that feeling, like, for example, when my game was alt-tabbing randomly. And you know what they've added since then? Pause when focus lost. Fixes my problem, you see? So... and that already has saved 2 of my runs in recent times. So eventually they'll get that. They just want to play and they don't have the patience. See, that's the thing, is that they don't have the patience, they just want to play. But in a game like this, you need patience. It's almost a requirement to be patient. Wait, and, you know, because you're not going to instant level everything. This game really does put patience forward. Even in sprinters, actually, I would say even more in sprinters than anything else, requires an absolute ridiculous amount of patience. And the folks that mainline sprinters, those folks are the most patient people that I think I've ever encountered. You know, folks like Bonds, Djax, and Animal, and those folks are all extremely patient. Because they put up with so much difficulty in that style of play. Gidu and Ruins. But yeah, hopefully it's coming through that's how that works. So targeting should right now be done in between the zombie and you. It used to be the other way around. You used to put a little bit behind the zombie, but you should kind of try and target the zombie at the direct center of their feet if you want to get them. So that's the new way of targeting. You won't miss if you hit the direct center of their feet, because that's where the zombie is for real. The zombie changes when it lies down, though. As we all know, there's 3 states of the zombie when it lays down. The 3 states are feet, torso, head. So just stand where your center point is, closer to where their head is, and you'll do headshots all the time. That said, you know, like I said, targeting their feet or closer to you right now is best. Because the way that the attack cone works at the moment is when you swing, it'll target the adjacent tiles to where your character is. If you miss, however, it's because you're too far away and there's nothing in there. The game should explain that in a tutorial. The reason why it doesn't is the tutorial of Zomboid is actually not doesn't ever go into targeting like that. It goes into immersion and teaching UI. There's nothing that really goes into that. I don't blame the devs for that. They're trying to do an immersive experience, and if you want to go deeper into it and understand the intricacies, then that's when you should turn to other players like Rhett, myself, or other folks, you know, like Lamprey or Bonds, or like other veterans of the game can teach you more, right? I don't think it's on the devs to be explaining that their 2D game, you know, breaking that immersion, you know? It's a core mechanic, yes, but it's not like there's a bit of immersion in it, right? And that's what they're going for in the tutorial is very much teaching about these things, and that one maybe would be a little bit, while useful, I could see that being immersion breaking a little bit, telling about, you know, that essentially the game is 2D and that you need to be targeting very specific points is, yeah, they do a good job of vaguely telling you how it works in the tutorial, and I think that that's what they're going for, is that they want to be vague. They want to see you get, you know, you get messy. They want to see you build as a player. It's a patience thing, and the folks that don't have patience won't enjoy it. That's the thing. And then you know what you can do? You can play a different game. You don't have to play Zomboid if it's not your cup of tea, you know? Or if you're not willing to learn, because it's not going to hold your hand. So many of us are very tired of games holding our hand. Press W to move forward, etc. You know? But the games need that, right? Because what if it's your first game? What if it's the very first game that you've ever played and you haven't played any other games up to that point? That you're being introduced to the gaming world through the lens that is Zomboid, let's say, right? It doesn't do a bad job. You're going to die a lot, and you're not going to really understand why, to which then you can bring those deaths to the community and be like, hey, why did I die in this situation? And somebody can tell you. And then they can explain intricacies if you really want to learn, or not, depending. But it makes the community better as a whole. It's a wholesome experience in that way. So I don't think that's on the devs. I think the devs have created a really, really good game, and that I appreciate that they're not holding our hand entirely through everything. And telling people to play another game is gatekeeping egotistical? I don't agree. That's if they don't enjoy it. That's the thing. I'm not saying that, you know, if you're not enjoying it, then you don't have to play. That's not egotistical or gatekeeping. That's me saying that it's, you know, that's an option. You have options. You're a person, right? You can do whatever you want. I don't think that that's, yeah, exactly. You could do like the F1 window, and I'm sure they're going to update this F1 window to include a lot of other things eventually, right? Like they've been adjusting this over time, but it's still in an interim. They still need time to adjust a lot of the core mechanics, and they still haven't had time to really edit everything down. There's a lot of things that aren't working really as intended. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot whole, but the framework's all there, and they'll get to it eventually. But yeah, they did tell people how the aiming system worked, but it's, and that wasn't just a subreddit post. They posted that on their forums as well, did they not? And also just saying, like, I mean, I feel like you're coming at this with the wrong perspective. You're thinking that I'm being defensive. And I'm not being defensive in this case. I feel like it depends. They should tell people how the F1, the core mechanics in the F1. Yeah, exactly. Then they'll probably will. They'll probably update this eventually. But this is not terrible. Like, look, it goes into everything. WASD, right-clicking, your Moodles, context menus, how to climb in and out of windows, etc. I think that they should edit this, though, a little bit to give players control of this. Because I know some folks that don't like that they'll go through windows like that. But they're trying to make those mechanics available for people using controllers as well, right? So they're balancing several styles of mechanics together. They've got a lot going on. I see where the devs are coming from, but you know, and see right here, they recommend, or well, it doesn't. They have an option where you can turn on the aim outline. The aim outline is very useful for learning the targeting. So if you don't want to break your immersion, well, that's fine. That's great. But if you want to learn how to aim properly, turn on the outline. And it's very simple. It's just a setting right here under user interface or performance. Where are you? It's been a little while. Uh, aim outline. Clothing textures. Sorry, I don't remember where this is because I haven't touched the setting in like months. Um, I agree that the tutorial's not perfect, but I feel like they're kind of going for an immersive state there, and then from the rest, you're supposed to learn from. Oh, right here, look, they're two toggles now. That's why I couldn't find it. Melee outline, cursor outline. See? But yeah, a search box in the settings would be nice, but at the same time, it's one of those things where I kind of get it. Yeah. What's cursor outline? Cursor outline applies a here. I'll even turn it on for a second. I'm not gonna keep it, but it applies an outline to the zombie when they get close. See? See how it started to glow when I targeted it? You can choose the color as well. It's based on whatever color you've selected. Where is it? I think it's these colors right here. Bad highlight, good highlight, right? But that changes your Moodles and stuff as well. And also all of the condition colors and those kinds of things. But do I have a gun? If I have a gun, I'll show you what the other one looks like. And then I made a little. There's a minute-long little video on my channel that's one of my clips that explains how aiming works. And I know that not everybody would agree with how aiming works. Like some folks will disagree and dislike that it's not well explained in the postings. But it's not bad. Aiming is good, and the framework is good. It's just it's not ready yet. It's not in a state where it's gonna be ready quite yet. It's in a state that is it's like the framework is amazing though. I absolutely love the framework of it because the reason why is the when they add more planes, I explain this later in the like it's not in the clip, but I explain this part later. But the idea is later if they add more planes, it'll be more 3D. And you could, for example, you see a katana zombie in the horde, you can shoot that katana zombie in the legs, make it a crawler, and then it'll be a crawler. You lead the rest of the horde away, you come back for the crawler. You see? So like these things will be maybe a possibility, you know? Like I have hopes for the aiming system and that it will maybe turn out to be amazing. We'll just have to wait and see like how they decide to go about it. I'm just trying to see if I have a gun somewhere here. that I can use as an example for the aiming. I don't think I do. No, I don't. Well, I mean, the melee aiming was fine, I guess. The reason why I did this was because I want to remove the battery from you. Sir, no, there we go. But yeah, I know that some folks may disagree with me. Maybe they aren't gonna, like, we're not gonna have the same views, and that's fine. We can have differing opinions and still be, like, you know, around each other and stuff. But yeah, the aiming system's better. I think that it's better than Build 41. I like it better. It just needs tuning, yeah. And they already told us that it doesn't work quite the way they want it to yet, especially when it comes to aiming down. Oh, this is that I don't need that. Where is it? Okay. But yeah, I do agree that for newer players, but something that is notable about Zomboid, and this is something that in Zomboid is very common, is that Zomboid is a brutal game when you start. Everybody warns you that it's brutal. Everybody warns you that you're gonna die. How it, you know, the game warns you when you load it up. This is how you died. It's not sugarcoating anything. It tells you at the beginning, this is how you died. The whole point of this is that it's all about your journey as a player, and as you go towards that eventuality, you know? And then when one book closes, another book opens. You get a new player, you get a new character, you know, and you get to take the information you learned from one and bring it into the next one. And then as you start racking up hours in Zomboid, you start understanding more concepts. And then as time goes on, eventually you have maybe an epiphany moment where things just click, where you just seemingly understand majority of things. Whether you're a note taker, or perhaps you don't want to even be with the zombies. Maybe you want to do a builder plant campaign where you play farm sim in Zomboid, which I mean is possible, and it's going to be possible. You don't need zombies to be in the game, but you can have them if you want them. Like, and you can play on brutal settings, or you can play whatever you want. It's meant to tell your story, whatever that story is, and whatever story you enjoy. Yeah. You don't need the zombies, but you can have the zombies. And then if you're not wanting to learn about how the interactions work, I mean, well, then why are you fighting the zombies in the first place? You're interacting to play the game, right? And that's not me gatekeeping. That's just the style of game Zomboid is. And I don't feel like there's ego in that. I feel like there's a sense of wholesome camaraderie that everybody can work together towards the same goal, whether it's to kill the zombies or just have an enjoyable experience. What were you saying about fishing? What's your fishing level? I just tested fishing in winter with 0 and I didn't find any. How patient were you? And did you choose a hotspot with your fishing rod? Because I'm level 4 right now. But I know that fishing before required at least level 1 in order to function properly before in Build 41. Oh yeah, somebody just said that in chat. Sleight of hand. But yeah, you look for the ripples. Like, you need to find the ripples. And I think if you find the ripples and you're at level 0, are you still able to gain fishing XP off of them or nah? With an unfinished game, I don't mention them. Oh, whatever is missing might be added later. I agree with that 100%. And at the same time, like, I mean, there's a long time we've got, like, we to continue and make this game awesome. And I may remind folks, Build 42 is free with Zomboid. You can keep Build 41. You can go back and play any of the previous builds if you want to, but Build 42 is free. Once you've purchased the game, whether you got it in a sale or you have it in your library or once you own Zomboid, that's it. You've got Zomboid. And it's not like they could release it as DLC. They could release it as an expansion, but they don't. They put their heart and soul behind it. And they deserve to have recognition for that. Whether things are finished or not, the devs are awesome. The passion's there. You have to put Angler in your build? Yeah, I would recommend taking Angler. Although that makes the run no longer a no skill run. So there's a few runs that exist, that run types that exist. There's your traditional 0 to hero, which is you take unfit, puny, and a weight trait. It doesn't matter which one, just a weight trait. That's your traditional 0 to hero. And then there's no skill, which no skill runs are if you do you can't take anything that gives you a skill bonus in a no skill run. That's separate. They're the 0 to hero and no skill are separate. And then for vanilla, it depends on if you're doing pure vanilla or, like, for example, my run I would consider my run vanilla plus or vanilla with sprinkles, even though I don't have anything that changes the game aside from Moodles gives me an XP bar, and I have some map markers because I like them. That's so this would be vanilla plus, so this one wouldn't count for pure vanilla. But those are the categories generally speaking when I make the scoreboard. Also, pure vanilla, you can't use sandbox mode. You can't use sandbox, and you can't use what's the other one? You have to use apocalypse or CDDA. Those are the options for doing pure vanilla. But the reason why those categories exist, I have 3 categories that exist. One is general fast shamblers, one is sprinters, and the other one is... The reason why I made these categories is for fun. Because I wanted to give us something to shoot for. So this is the scoreboard from Build 41. I'll do another one later for Build 42. But, so that we can see... It's kind of like I treat it like an arcade. Like in a way, how there's an arcade machine at like a local store. Everybody goes and tries to get their high score. Yeah, it gives us something to shoot for, which is fun. Especially when we play longer stuff. Where did I get no, not a D&D red box. I found it in a kid's bedroom here in this house. But so kids' bedroom storage units, apparently there is an RPG store as well as a D&D event as well that can spawn it. It's part of vanilla. The wizard hat is a vanilla item. But yes. The reason why I have the scoreboard in the first place is because not a long time ago, but a couple of years at this point, I started it as a hobby. Initially, it was actually Lamprey that had the scoreboard, but nobody was turning in runs to him. So, and everybody kept passing their runs through me. So I was like, okay. I had 3 or 4 people giving me their runs. They're like, here you go, give this to Lamprey. I'm like, okay, sure. So I went and gave it to Lamprey. But it eventually it was just me handing in runs for folks. And it's funny because it's it seemed like I was the only one that had interest, but that wasn't the case at the time. So eventually it just evolved into my hobby, and I became the unofficial official record keeper for Build 41. Um, it's funny. I say unofficial official because while these it's a sandbox game. It's not meant to be competitive. It really isn't. We're doing it for fun. So if you're going into it with a competitive nature of I'm going to beat everyone, that's not the spirit of it. The spirit of it is we're doing it because it's fun, not because yeah. Yeah, the people chose essentially. Like kind of everybody kept giving it to me and they're like, "No, no, you're the record keeper." I'm like, "Okay, fine, I'm the record keeper." It was just because I like spreadsheets, and I was like, I'll turn these in, and it's fun. Yeah, there's a couple other spreadsheets I've done in the past that are fun too. Like, I did a time charter for mine and for Lamprey's big run there, just because for fun I was doing that. And then when Lamprey and me both died on our runs, I mean, those are no longer good in there. The hyper competitive people are always exhausting. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot. That's one of the reasons why I have so many categories is because there's hyper competitive people. And I locked the pure vanilla record for build 41 and I kept it as royal with cheese. I still don't know if that's accurately his highest number that he got in build 41. And I can't really ask him because he banned me. Because I associate with Lamprey and he doesn't like that, I guess. So, you know, because they had some beef at one point in time and I was caught in the crossfire. Hmm? Oh, yeah, Cheese banned me ages ago, which is, I don't know. It was during when Lamprey was doing his vanilla run to attempt to take the vanilla world record. I was watching that run and, you know, I was enjoying it. And, but I was, you know, I don't think I've ever said anything mean to Cheese. I think that he's an okay person and I think he's skilled at the game. But I don't know. He just doesn't like me, I guess. I'm not sure. Never ever said anything mean to him. Actually, if I think the opposite. I think I kind of just waved at him and said, hi, I hope you're having a good day. And I think I did ask him about his run a couple of times because I wanted to get it for my scoreboard, right? But I mean, there are people that aren't going to like me, and it's fine. I've been told my voice is annoying. I've been told that I'm not really that great to be around, which is fine. I mean, those people are entitled to those opinions. And I'm not trying to get unbanned in Cheese's channel. I'm not going to ask to be unbanned or anything. Like he can have his opinions. I don't mind him. Like I said, I'm neutral to him. I've been neutral to both. I like Lamprey. I think Lamprey's great. Um, but I don't dislike Cheese. I think he's just maybe a little bit petty sometimes. I suppose maybe that's it. Cause yeah, it's at this point that a lot of the veterans can get over 100,000 kills. So it'd just be a matter of time before anyone could get that score, right? So it's like, you know. But I wanted to lock it in as so that's why it had a question mark for a long time, and I just left it one above Rural's because Rural is the original world record holder, and no one can take that away from Rural. Absolutely, no one can take that away from Rural. Uh, the original. If you don't know Rural, follow Rural. Rural's great. He even jumped into a time 16 game immediately when Build 42 dropped. The original record holder. But yeah, if Cheese wanted to play and like be on the new scoreboard when it comes out, I wouldn't mind. He doesn't even need to unban me. He just needs to submit his score at some point for fun. But that's up to him. But I don't intend on doing a new scoreboard yet. Not yet. Eventually, once things stabilize. Yeah, Roll is a true professional. And I can't be biased. I'm not allowed to be biased for the scoreboard, which is why like my scores are subject to the same rules as everyone. I even asterisked some of my own runs that were not streamed because I'm not, I can't be biased. Not allowed. There's always going to be a little bias though, which is I'm always concerned about. That's why I'm extra critical when it comes to that kind of thing. You know, I don't want to accidentally, yeah. But as it stands right now, I'm actually going to do shout outs for all of the folks. So I suppose, there we go. We'll do Royal with Cheese. I think it's Royal with Cheese TV. Let's see. So that's Rural is the original record holder. I don't know if I can actually shout him out. Is it? I don't know if I can shout him out. Might not be able to. Yeah, so I can't shout out Cheese, but I would shout him out. His link is on my document as well, so you guys can go check him out. As far as I'm aware, he's the one who holds the pure vanilla world record. So um, shout out to him. We'll shout out Vanishing Tower because Vanishing Tower is the current world record holder for the um, survival time. Vanishing Tower is the highest survival time streamed. So, world record holder. Yeah. And then finally, we have, actually, just to be fair, I'll even post Cheese's link in the chat so that you guys can go and check him out if you want. Let's see. There you go. There you go. That's Cheese's link. Because he is a world record holder too in my book. Just like I said, just because I'm banned with him doesn't mean that he doesn't get recognition. And shout out finally here in a little bit. We'll shout out Mr. Lamprey as well. Lamprey, because those are all the record holders that I know of, except for Animal. Animal is another record holder. He holds the record for sprinter kills. So we'll do that, and then that's all of the Zomboid records that I have. So just so we're clear, um, yeah, these are all the record holders. I gotta wait a minute before I can do that shout out, and then I'll do the last one so that you guys can follow all of the record holders and you can follow them and enjoy their content. There we go. There we are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. It's Lamprey. And finally, we've got Animal. I just need to make sure I spell it right. Animal. Animal. There's Animal. There we go. And Yeah, Animal is the world record for both survival time and kills in sprinter content. So if you guys are really wanting to see the best of the best sprinter play, you're going to want to see Animal. So Mr. Lamprey is the marathon kill champion. He's killed over 954,000 zombies in a single run. So to go over this again, Rural Storage is the original record holder. He is the first record holder of Project Zomboid. Um, Royal with Cheese is the current pure vanilla record holder. He holds the record for Apocalypse and CDDA with no mods, and he is the record holder for Build 41 for that. Mr. Lamprey's got the kill record. Vanishing Tower has the survival time record. And then finally we have Animal, which I will shout out here in a moment. He has the sprinter record. So if anybody has ever wondered who has the records in Zomboid for Build 41, it's these folks. I gotta wait 18 seconds, it says. But yeah, they're all the record holders. And the records are respectively, Rural's record was 135,000. Cheese's record was one more than that, so it was like 135, 122, while Rural's was 135, 121. Those were for those two. Vanishing Tower survived for over 6 years in game. And Lamprey killed over 954,000 zombies. And then finally, Animal has the longest survival time and on sprinters 100%. He has killed 15,300. You can preface it to say that it's content creator world records, but I will take into account non-creative creators as well. I just have to asterisk their runs because oftentimes they don't have proof. But if somebody were to come to me and say, hey, this is my run, and I don't have proof, but here's the screenshot, I will put them on the scoreboard and they will, they get an asterisk, but they can still be on the scoreboard. A very good example of that would be Karumi Periwinkle has a run that is one of the world records for top 10. Over 700,000 kills. But I asterisked the run because, I believe Karumi 100%, it's I have to be unbiased when it comes to those kinds of things, right? So Karumi's on the list. Karumi gets special mention. One of the best Zomboid players for sure. Just like Old Man Hands. Old Man Hands is also not a content creator, but he's done over 12,000 sprinter kills. So, yeah, no, my scoreboard is not just for content creators. Anybody can be on the scoreboard. If you submit a run and you show me what, I'll put it on the scoreboard. But if you don't have footage of the run, well, then I have to asterisk it. I need footage in order to kind of make sure that it's okay, That's the one rule, is that if you don't have footage, you can still be on the scoreboard. It'll just get asterisked. That's all. And it's for fun anyways. So it's meant to be like competitive, but for fun. Trust me, I killed 1,000,000 zombies. I mean, it's possible. There's that one person who posted that funny screenshot on Reddit. What was it? They did the zombie cap in like 10 days. They killed like all of the zombies, but it was like the hexadecimal cap or whatever. So it was like 200 million something or other, 297 million, or it was a ridiculous number of zombies. Trust me, I killed them all in 10 days. Because you can edit those files, right? And that's one of the reasons why that Zomboid will never have a serious mode competitive. There is no serious mode because you can edit your files at any time. Any of us could. It's just, it's meant to be for fun. That's why I constantly will say, and it says in my scoreboard message, please remember this is for fun. Do not take this too seriously. To dissuade some of those folks that are a little too aggressive. It's meant to be for fun. Anyways, I hope that gives you guys an idea of the you know, the folks that are in the Zomboid community. And I mean, I don't want to start any beef with anyone, of course. I'm not. I wasn't bringing up any of that banter because of, you know, like I said, I don't care to get unbanned or anything like that. It is what it is. I don't care. But I will recognize people as being great, regardless of what they think of me and what other people are, you know, are involved. So like whether they dislike other people on the list or not doesn't matter to me. So gotta be neutral as best as I possibly can. Yeah, there is not gonna be a world record in per se, but this is as close to a world record as we can, right? Like this is as close as we'll ever get to the speedrun.com style, right? And it's a nice hobby that I enjoy. And out of everyone that I know that does this kind of stuff, it's one of those things that it's definitely it's not easy to be uh to be in those kinds of situations with rulings and all of that stuff. It's not it's not an easy thing. It's like moderating. Moderating is a pain in the ass. It always will be because, you know, there's going to be people out there that are going to be like, "Yeah, but I want to cheese it like real hard so that I'm the world record holder." To which then you're not fully understanding how we're going about it, right? The spirit of it isn't necessarily to have the world record. It's part of it's to have something to shoot for. Liz has got a record sheet too. What's Liz? Does Liz have Does Liz have one too? I'd like to see Liz's because the French folks have theirs as well. Ruins does the French world records for sprinters. That's where I got a lot of my French or my sprinter data is pulled from there. Oh, you went. Oh, okay. You're watching. Okay, okay, okay. You're what? Wave at Liz for me. Tell Liz I say hi. You're sending Nicolas Cage to steal my world record. If anyone could, Nicolas Cage has got this. He had probably never even heard of Zomboid before, but he would be good at it. He would kill all the zombies. Most weed grown in a server. That's it, Knack. I'm coming for your world record. Which server are you on? That we're gonna become botanists. You're on Gracie's? Okay. Not really, obviously, but you know, it's funny banter. It's fun. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing good. I like Liz. Liz is great. I hope she's feeding Brian all the nuggies and waffles. That's a lot of like weight in cigarettes and smokables. You are on your way to being a tycoon there, Knack. Well, you know that. Zombies, are you done? No. There's a lot less in there though, huh? I wish I could see the second story. Okay. I'm gonna pause for a sec though. My tea could use a refill, so I will be right back. How did I first get into PZ? I can answer that when I come back. Is that okay? I just my tea. I need more tea. Is that fine? Or do you want me to answer it right now? Okay, I'll answer when I come back. Okay, be right back. Okay, there we go. Fresh tea is delicious. All right, so we'll tell you guys the story. So the story is very short, or short-ish in the initial, but then it becomes longer as later on. So initially, I got PZ in like a bundle. I'm pretty sure I got it in a bundle years ago, many years ago. Um, I played it by myself a little bit. I don't remember which build it was in, but I know that it was post the there was no Bob and Kate tutorial back then for when I played it the very first time. Morning. Yeah, you made it to your first story time. This because folks asked me how I got into the game, to which so I got it in a bundle, and it was years ago, but it was post Bob and Kate. I don't remember, but it's pre Cars. So post Bob and Kate, pre Cars. It was when I got into the game. I played it a little bit, but I got frustrated with it back then. Cause and I decided to play other games. The reason why I got frustrated wasn't because I was dying a whole bunch, but was because I didn't know what I wanted to be doing at that time, right? At that time I was a little lost in that way. So, time goes on, right? And I play a bunch of other games. I mostly Minecraft and Overwatch. Those were my two mainline games at the time. Anyways, a couple of years ago, just before the release of Overwatch 2, and then on the release of Overwatch 2, um, I didn't like how things were going. And essentially, I felt like the game didn't fit me anymore. So I stopped. My Overwatch passion collapsed. And I felt lost and didn't know what I wanted to do with video games anymore. And I was very, very close to giving up on video games as a whole. I was gonna not play games anymore. I tried to play League, like League of Legends, and I learned that League of Legends was doing exactly the same thing that Overwatch 2 was doing, catering to uh, just issues with and it was just so many issues. I don't want to get into it, but basically the two games were not for me, and I lost kind of a lot of what I was looking for in video games. um it's just the games weren't for me anymore. They maybe they're still good for their audiences, but they're just not for me. So I was like, I was lost in gaming, and I very close to gave up on gaming. um However, I picked up Zomboid again, close to the end of a couple of years ago, and I was like, I want to find a real goal, something to look for that's really cool that I can shoot for. And I found Lamprey's picture, the of his 10-year run, the offline run that's not on my scoreboard because it doesn't count because it's offline, right? In part. But I found his 10-year run, 700,000 kills. I'm like, that could be something to go for. That seems realistic. So I then later found Lamprey's stream and met a bunch of other people, like tons of amazing content creators, you know, and I went on a run that was similar, like similar settings to Lamprey's light mode at the time. I made the same settings. I did the same settings, and my run didn't die right away. It kept going and going, and eventually it was one of the it lasted so long that I played PZ for so long at that point that it was like everything was awesome with PZ, and it just more things kept clicking and I just kept understanding things and enjoying the science of it, enjoying the community and how wholesome the Zomboid community is. Like, sure, there are some outliers in the community that are a little bit painful to be around. Specifically, the Reddit has a lot of that. Um, but that said, it is majority of the Zomboid community is wholesome and wonderful to be around, and it's cool seeing people go on their runs, and it's just been a passion of mine now for a little over 2 years. Yeah, it's one of those things that so partly due to that run living for way longer than I thought it would, because I thought when I got into that run that it would end with me dying horribly like every other time. But like I mentioned before, things clicked and I had an epiphany, and I remember exactly where that epiphany happened actually. Here, I'll show you guys on the map. I had an epiphany here. I was back here, like poking some zombies with short blades, and I laughed as I was poking these couple of zombies because everything, it was like, I don't know, it's like that mind-opening meme where, the brain just lights up and everything clicked in that moment. Everything settled into my brain all at once, and I laughed because the game no longer was difficult and I could see everything that I needed to do to get through. No matter what the difficulty I set it on, I knew that it would be fine and that everything would be okay. It's like everything clicked. Yeah, and then yeah, found a game that I vibe with. This place will forever be known as the Epiphany spot. I believe me. That's the I'm not, or it wasn't this spot. It was over here actually. Is behind these houses because this is the church and this is the house that I was staying in. So it's actually back here in this backyard. But the reason why, like, I believe anyone can get that epiphany. Anyone can have that. And it's special when it happens, and it doesn't have to be with just Zomboid. It can be with anything. I had a similar epiphany happen with Overwatch. It's when I went from playing in gold lobbies in Overwatch immediately to playing in Master and Master Plus, like going all the way to the end and meeting like the people who play Pro. I got to meet those people within an afternoon because I had an epiphany in Overwatch too, in the same way. It was like things just made sense, and I was being able to make like plays. It's like things made sense. I don't know how to explain it, but that can happen in anything. It can happen in cooking. It can happen in Zomboid. It can happen in anything that you have passion in. You will find that things will just fall into place at some point and things just make sense. Um, I don't know how to describe it. Did I meet a woman with a red dress? You see, you're not supposed to look at the woman in the red dress, right? You're supposed to focus on the task at hand. The woman in the red dress is a distraction. Blah. Oh, by the way, War Machine, you were right about the greenhouses. They're not working right. We've seen that they're set to derelict for some reason, not greenhouse. So I think that that was you that said that, and I wanted to make sure that you knew you were correct. Sorry about the whistle ruining 24 Hour Cinderella, but this song is just. I cannot wait for the new. I cannot wait for the new Pirate Majima karaoke in February. Just saying, there's gonna be new karaoke. There's gotta be. Why? Because Majima is one of those folks that you just know they're gonna give him a pirate song. Come on. So get hyped. They bring you happiness. I always get worried that people don't like them because they're a little strange, like the Haruka song and stuff come on, and maybe folks have never heard them before, but they bring me joy because I think about Emma every time I I hear them. It's because Emma and I have played the entire Yakuza series as well as we've played Mass Effect and a lot of things, and time with Emma is special to me. So anytime these songs come on, I smile and I think about Emma, and it's very nice. Sorry. I had emotion stuck in my throat. You just give them the link. Oh, it's so fun. They don't even need to play the game. They just need to enjoy it. The erosion is silly. Isn't it though? The erosion's ridiculous right now. Oh, it's so bad. There's 2 trees in my backyard. No, you don't even understand. I was driving home and there was a brushel of trees in the middle of the road. They were growing out of they're growing out of the road. There's nothing else like Yakuza. That's why I don't talk about spoilers for it. I want people to enjoy it. Like, for example, in Like a Dragon, specifically, you played Like a Dragon, right? Like the first one. I'm not talking about Infinite Wealth. I'm talking about the first one. That scene where Boots come around the corner and you know you haven't trained enough. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go into any further details, but Boots come around the corner and you know you haven't trained enough. I'm going to tell you a sort of a funny story without spoilers, but Emma went on a training montage and those boots still killed her after the training montage. They still beat her. Those boots were made for walking, and that's what they did all over Ichigo. Or Ichiban, sorry. Not Ichigo. Ichigo would be Bleach, which I have never seen. But I know that Bleach is cool, but I've never seen it. But yeah. Yeah, it was those boots after her training montage. She went like on and not just a small training montage either. She was a solid set of levels higher than them. And she still lost because what they did was they targeted Ichiban with a combo move and they killed him. Now, obviously, I'm talking about bosses, but still, that's still impressive. When we first seen them, though, both of us were like, we're not ready for this. Bleach holds the record for worst fillers. I mean, a lot of folks say that Naruto holds that record too, and I don't know. I found Naruto okay. I haven't seen Boruto, by the way. I think I watched like 2 episodes of Boruto. They're all related to the story. I mean, some of them are less related to the story, though, like the whole series with Rock Lee. I still feel like Rock Lee got done dirty. It makes all the nice. Are you talking about the? No, you're not talking about the movie, right? Like the movie with the soup. Or what was it? It's like no, it's the curry. It was the curry of life. Curry of life. That curry was fun. Some of the filler characters, I wish they got more screen time. Like I really like Grandma Chio. I guess she wasn't really filler though, because she kind of like soloed Sasori using Sakura as a puppet. 4 zombies there.
Did the chainsaw make it in? I think it's in the files, but it's not active currently. So it doesn't work right is what I'm... It's not finished. It's unfinished code. It's just like the vehicle hoods and all that. I mean, there's people that have activated that code and given them things in mods, but that code is not done yet in vanilla form. Like, it's like there 90%, but maybe there's a reason the devs haven't turned it on. Fighting knife? That sounds cool. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm waiting for a lot of things to get fixed. I'm waiting for agriculture to get reworked again in general. But remember, it's in a dynamic phase right now. Build 42 is still being worked on. They'll get there. You're on the outside. I need to go and get you taken care of. Lots of whining. I am in the original. I am in the PZ Discord, but I don't read that stuff because I prefer to believe that a lot of the folks that are whining out of either passion, that they're very passionate about the game, or ignorance. One of the two. So I don't want to read that because it will color my opinion of those folks in a light that they don't deserve. Because it's not fair. To see someone at their worst is not a place where you want to really judge them. Because people have ebbs and flows. First impressions aren't always the best. I don't want to read the stuff about them whining. And I'm sure that the devs probably don't want to read the whinging either. Which is why I'm hoping that they're ignoring most of that stuff. I post my go live there now because I didn't know that I could before. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't know. I didn't know I could post my going live there. So I've been posting that. And you'll notice that I only post one link. The reason being is it's not automated. All of my live links are manual because when you hook it up to bots, sometimes the bots will send more than one if your stream goes down, and I don't like that. I know you can supply a cooldown to the robots, but sometimes that cooldown gets ignored. I would rather post it myself manually. So yeah. It's one of those things where I'll go in there once in a while. Very, very rarely you'll see me pop in and wave at someone. But you got to remember, I don't know the context for a lot of the stuff they're talking about. So they could have valid points. Yeah. But in that video, right? Was it Atomic Duck? I think it was Atomic Duck, not Atomic Frog. Although, is there an Atomic Frog? That sounds like a cool username. Atomic Frog. Anyways, yeah, it's Duck. But in that video, he never once mentioned any of the negative things and actually very much said positive things about the devs. It's just comments. Sometimes they get passionate or they're ignorant. One of the two. Sometimes it comes from a place of passion. Sometimes it's a combo of passion and ignorance, though. Like, it can be both. And it also can just be one, right? That they're very passionate and they love the game. But yeah, his comment section is awful. It's one of the things that dissuades me from YouTube, is how absolutely aggressive the comments can be. I do have a VOD section for my streams, but because the streams have been so long lately, I haven't been posting to the VOD section. When I start doing like an actual playthrough, I'll start posting the VODs then. Because this learning period is fun, but like I said, it's the VODs are too long. I've done streams lately that are like what is those, some of the longer ones are like 16 hours, is just because I'm having so much fun, right? Um, but yeah, Duck is great. I got to meet Mr. Atomic Duck, and he's amazing. We got to work with a ton of amazing content creators to do the special effects, which Van Higgins here is a part of. This is the character from special effects, and like, I mean, I'm very happy that we raised so much, and then the devs matched it. If you've ever wanted to see, like, and they didn't make a community post about it right away either. They matched it, like, not in secret, but like it wasn't announced right away. It wasn't something that they were doing for publicity or anything like that. They matched it because they believed in the charity. Yeah, they believe in the type of stuff that's being done. They're good people. That's speaks volumes. They're not doing it because, and same for their game. They're not doing this for because, oh, we're going to be the best game in the world and we're going to make millions, and no, none of that. They do work on this game because they have passion for it. They love this style. They love they love the game. This game is like, I don't want to put it on the same level as this because it's not quite the same type of love, but the game is like their child. Right? Kind of. It's not the same kind of love that you would give a child, but I mean, it kind of, it's similar. Not quite the same, but kind of. And they see it grow, and they see it progress, and they see it receiving, different styles and being its own. Yeah, it's not. And this game has way more content than some of the AAA games do, or the quadruple A games, if you believe those exist. I've got to go feed Higgins. I'm being distracted by. You're not a fan of muscle, yeah, but you weren't foaming at the mouth. Plus, you can turn it off. There is a setting in the sandbox options to shut it off. So, if you don't like muscle strain, shut it off. That's something that I never really understood, is why do those people, oh, I don't like muscle strain. Okay, well then have you tried turning it off? Well, no, it's part of the default mode. So, go into custom sandbox and shut it off. Where is the problem? Is there still a problem when you shut it off? Because if there is, like, oh, but some of the crafting's not done. Okay, now you're going into other things. That's different. Now you're just looking to complain. And that's annoying. Validate my playstyle. Look, I validate all playstyles. You can play with multi-hit, no infection, no zombies. And you get your playstyle validated. It's fine. You do whatever makes you happy. I'm not going to say that people are wrong because they're playing the game the way they like. That's silly. It's the only time I'll make that claim is, oh, if you want to be on the custom sort of or the custom sort of scoreboard system that I have, then you kind of have to follow some rules. Not all rules, but some. My rules are very bendable for those boards. Like, I don't even really check settings or anything. Like, it's just more so for fun, right? The only settings that I go for really harder for would be for the pure vanilla mode, because the folks asked me to be a little bit harder on that one. So I'm just kind of trying my best to cater to that, but also not too hard, because that's silly. But yeah. Oh, there's always going to be people like that, and they're not the most pleasant folks, and they are, and oftentimes they're the loudest of folks. A majority of folks are happy, but these small sect of folks are really loud, obnoxious, and unhappy, and they want to make everyone else around them unhappy. Frustrating as that is. But that's why you have folks like, for example, like Lamprey, telling them to shut up. Because that would be what he says, I guarantee. Like, he would be like, look, your complaints are invalid. Shut up. Turn it off. I can actually hear that in his voice. You got folks like that on the other side of the spectrum that are kind of, will combat those folks a little bit. But it is annoying to have to deal with those folks all the time. And can you imagine? The devs have to deal with, imagine even if it's only 1% of the player base, right? 1%. That doesn't sound like a lot, right? What's 1% of a million? Has anybody here played 1% sprinters? Now imagine those sprinters are angry commenters. It's a 12 to 13 mil. I know. I was low. I was lowballing. Like, I was throwing like the lowest form of the numbers that I possibly could have. but we know that those numbers are way bigger. And you gotta imagine quite a lot of those are going to be petty and stupid, for lack of better phrase. Can I sleep again, please? Stupid nightmares. I'm just gonna go with the rest of the day and... Yeah, no. Get good at math. Yeah. You're funny. It's so funny. But that's the thing, right? But my mods, but multiplayer, but the Moodles suck, but oh, I'm not saying your points of view are invalid, but I'm saying that your points of view are mundane. And that's my opinion. My opinion is those points of view are mundane. Oh, this is empty, is it? Yeah, finally empty, huh? Like, I'm not going to devalue their opinion, but I am going to give my opinion about their opinion. And they have to hold that. There's such silly little things that were mentioned that just, it's like, we've got Build 42, why you gotta be picking on the devs? Yeah, sure, there's some parts of it that are like, why is this like this? But it's like, it'll get fixed, it'll get addressed, they'll get there when they get there. Very much feel like sometimes parts of the community... some of us are kids, some of us are teens, and some of us are toddlers. I want chocolate. But you're gonna have dinner soon. But I want chocolate. Where are my NPCs? Why don't I have NPCs? No offense meant to those folks. I'm not trying to rib them. I'm not trying to say that they're, it's just, it's frustrating. as anyone can imagine. You know how many times I hear that and then I think, well, okay. And then I go into a deep dive on it and I have the people who wanted NPCs thinking twice. They're going, I guess maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Because deep dive would be, yeah, NPCs would be nice, but think about it. Okay, well, you have NPCs and you want them to be able to lie to you. This is the big one. The big one that annoys me is you want them to be able to lie to you. Okay. What happens when they do? Well, you're going to see they have a bandage. You're going to be like, Bob is lying to me. All right, Bob, let's go on a mission together today. Exactly. There'd be no trust. You'd just bring that NPC out back with you. And to which then the NPCs, would that be what? They wouldn't be able to lie effectively. So that first off is not going to work out. You know who can lie effectively? Players. Multiplayer. With your friends. They can lie effectively. Why? Because they could just say, oh no, it's a scratch, don't worry about it. It's literally not, though. It's a bite. And they're going to turn and stand in the closet. You see? Your friends can lie to you. But NPCs would struggle. Because there's no connection there. There's no rapport. They can't... You would not build friendship with NPC. Right? So there's no rapport there. There's no trust. Which means there's no, like... It's you just would ignore that. They're AI, right? No matter how much you invest into it, they're still going to be AI at the end of the day. So you're not going to, you know... There's no trust in my friends either. Rhett, you know you're a special case. Rhett is a special case. He brings a shotgun just in case. That shotgun's for the zombies, for sure. Definitely for the zombies, guys. You can trust Rhett. Don't devalue my friendship with my NPC bros. I'm not. I think that doing it right is going to be tough. And that they're going to have to lean it into something like State of Decay. Like where you can give them tasks and they can defend themselves to a degree, right? And that they're a community that you can come back to. But I do really hope that they have mechanics where there's both enemy NPCs as well as your NPCs can get into perilous situations, right? Like, oh no, Doug, he went to this place and we don't know what happened to him. You got to go check it out there, General. There's another settlement that needs your help. No. It's okay. It's okay, Tower. It's okay. I know your pain. I would hope that it's a setting you can turn on and off, because I know you would shut that thing off right quick. You'd be like, nope, nope. But that's the thing, right? They won't really simulate human interactions. No, you're right. They can do fairly good job, but it'll be kind of like either Oblivion or Skyrim, or there's always going to be jank. Just give me crazy RimWorld NPCs. Yeah, like the bandits and stuff that are raiding you nonstop. I mean, that the RimWorld community is so dehumanized in that they eat them and turn them into jackets and hats. Like, there's no NPCs in RimWorld. What are you talking about, Rhett? They're just jackets and hats and then food wandering around. Yeah, exactly. Meat delivery. They're not human, which is, so they're no longer NPCs. They're just food and resources, right? Kind of like so another example would be the what's it called? The villagers in Minecraft. What happens to villagers in Minecraft? Well, you put them into a cubicle, you trap them there, or you put them on little farms so that they can produce you resources. Little farm where there's a zombie nearby, so they spawn metal golems so that you can have free infinite iron. Or you can farm them for their emeralds and get free items out of them. Do you see now why NPCs are a little bit less than ideal in certain situations? Because that's what players do. Think about the players in this game as well. What we've done already. Why there's already so many complaints is because so many people are trying to meta. And that's gamers in general. We're all hunting for a meta. Hunting for an easy way around things. It's just, you know, it's just the way we are. That's the way gamers are. It's part of gamer sort of styles and culture. It's just who we are. And you can't say that you wouldn't be that way. Oh, I'm gonna role play with my NPCs. Well, yeah. For how long? I'm gonna rebuild society. Uh-huh. What happens when you get bored? Well, society's gonna take a Molotov. That's what's gonna happen. Look at GTA Online. That's a good example of when you run out of stuff to do, what happens? Well, you bother everyone around you with mod menus. That's what happens. It's really annoying. That's why Guardian exists, so that you can play in lobbies with your friends and not have to deal with the mod menu folks, or as often, because they can still get around Guardian. It's just, you know. But yeah, it's one of those things that's tough. Give you cooperative interactions, raiders and stuff. I wouldn't mind having NPCs doing the more mundane tasks, but the problem is if you have too many NPCs doing all of the mundane tasks, right? Suddenly, what is there left for you to do? You become a loot goblin, as essentially, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being the body that goes out and collects things, but the problem is then, well then, what happens then? You just are going to be the person to go and get loot, come back, go and get loot, come back. And you see, it's going to shorten the gameplay loop as well. So then gameplay is going to suffer a little bit. So it's like there's a balance that needs to be struck. That's why I constantly am saying that we as players don't know what we want. We constantly say that we want something, but then when push comes to shove, well, suddenly you don't want it anymore. I can give you guys a good example. A good example is there is a function in the game called sprinting. I don't mean running or jogging. I mean sprinting. That it exists because the player base asked for it. And the devs complied. They were like, yeah, we can add sprinting. Why not? It makes sense. You can run a little bit faster. It costs you a little bit more exertion. Very, very rarely does anyone ever use sprinting or even know that it's in the game. And actually, it can cause a handful of deaths if you don't know it's in the game, because people can accidentally press the sprint key and run into the zombie pack by accident. Because the sprint key is, I think on default, it's left alt. But it's, I mean sprinting. It's not jogging. I'll give you guys an example right now. So this right here is walking, right? This is jogging, right? And this is sprinting. Notice how the legs and the arms kind of change a little bit between this stance and this stance. Sprinting also has some negative effects, but positive effects. One of the positive effects is you can sprint jump over a fence, and your character will actually like leap up in the air Mario style and leap over the fence immediately. However, there is also a negative effect where if you trip or if you run into a wall with sprinting, your character does one of the most funny animations in the game. It's hilarious. Here, I'll give you an example. So, like I said, this is jogging, right? This is sprinting, and if you go over a fence, you Mario style jump over it, and you get a little bit of extra tile room, right? That's kind of cool, right? How is this negative? Well, it uses a lot more exertion, and nobody knows it exists. Like, well, not nobody, but it's fringe. It's fringe knowledge. Not very many people know it exists. And when the people do find out about it, you know, it is how it is. But here, 1 second, I'm gonna... Oh. Yeah, I need to rest him. I'm trying to do the sprint fall animation. So we'll rest him for 30 in-game minutes and do it again. It's really hard to get that, huh? It's they've lowered the trip chance by a considerable amount, so it's actually hard to do now. I have armor on, so like, and he's too graceful. He's too good. I can't do it. I can't manage to trip. It's hard. Okay, let's try again. Come on, Van Higgins. Show us the graceful animation of... He's too good. I can't do it. Man, look at him go. I can't manage it. Van Higgins is no noob. No, he really isn't, is he? He's like too strong. Okay, try again. Come on. Look at him go. He has armor on. He should have a higher trip chance than there he goes. Did you see it? If you missed it, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's the trip animation. When you go over a fence, it's even more dramatic. He's like, he like falls and does a roll and like lands on the ground. It's like watching, has anyone seen Handsome Squidward? Like, it's like that. If you haven't, Google Handsome Squidward falling. That is, it is hilarious. Another one is running into a wall, which, can I do that? I think we can do it up ahead. I gave up a whole in-game day of potential killing zombies for this, because it's more fun to see these kinds of little things once in a while. But this is an example of players not knowing what they want, asking for something, and then barely using it. Yeah. Sprinting into a wall. Because when you run into a wall normally, you stop like this, right? But if you sprint into the wall, boom! Oh, there we go. Hello. Yeah, I like the those animations, but they're completely like very fringe case will you ever need sprinting. I argue that sprinters is like the only place really where you'll need it. There's some cases to be made in Fast Shamblers where you're in a tight bind, and if you manage to sprint through a certain point, you can get out of it a lot faster, but it's like very, very niche cases that you could have already not been in that case to begin with, so... yeah, it's... You're back from dinner? Hello. Hopefully the dinner was good. What did you have? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but I'm curious. Yeah, using actual sprinting does happen. You do use it in sprinters, but like that's the only major cases that I can imagine, right? Oh, you had rice. Nice. Anything with the rice or just rice? Rice is the staple for any good meal. That poor car. I'm the one that's driving it. I'm terrible at driving. Don't trust me on the road. If I'm ever on a multiplayer server, you get in the driver's seat. You don't ever get in the passenger seat with me. I made my friends on GTA concerned for their safety. I'd get in the helicopter seat and they'd be like, look, no, can you get out and let me do this, please? To which I was like, no, it's my turn. It's my turn to fly. It's very rare, though, that I actually would want to. But I did actually successfully land a few times. It's just that there were a lot more times that I didn't land properly and I exploded everything around me. You know, fiery ball of doom. Mission failed. Okay, so you did mushrooms, pork, krill, and peanuts. Oh, nice. That sounds lovely. It has a pond inside of it. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Fishing and crops together in one. But, oops. Well, I hope there's no zombies. Fat fingered Q. I don't think there should be many zombies. Whether it spawns hotspots, you could just take out chum and throw it in the water and see. That's what I would do if I were you guys trying to test it. That or I would fast forward. But I think that all water is working the same, but I don't know for sure. That is one of those things that I am not sure of. So you can't cast? Okay, that seems good. So you might not be able to cast in that pond, but maybe you can. Because that one's set as derelict, right? So it may count as an actual fishing location. Not sure. Don't know. Not been over there. I love the science in this community. Easy communities. Just so good. So fun to be around. I found a 4-tile wide fishing spot and they've got a gar. Yep. The secret monster. Could you imagine? Like sitting in that tile on its own. There's nothing else in that tile, but it was somebody's pet. That's how you can go about it. You think there's somebody's pet. Somebody had a fish in that pond and they were feeding it. Car of the puddle. What is your wisdom? I would like berries, pretty please. Long handle, long handle. By the distance from the shore discovery. You get a better chance, but not higher chance. Interesting. Because it's all probability based, meaning that it will increase in odds, but it won't. Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense. I see. I pick up what you're putting down. Yeah, it's a lot of Zomboid is like that. It's fun. It's fun listening to some folks and then being like, "Oh no, this is how that works." Oh, okay. And then it gets changed. And then it's adjusted and then things change. It's like the tainted water thing. Tainted water used to be poison. It used to kill you. Now it doesn't. Now you can drink it kind of almost without worry. Same as a lot of other things are like that too. I've heard mushrooms are less poisonous than they used to be. I don't want to test it, like not right now. Maybe with debug, but yeah, I've heard that poisonous mushrooms you can now eat somewhat, but I could be wrong. I don't know, and I don't want to test it, and I don't recommend people test it in their actual playthroughs. But the post is gone. It's probably they probably cleared that post. Either the devs cleared it or the person who posted it cleared it because it probably spurred up something. Maybe there was something bad that happened in that post. It's from 2016. Oh, okay. Then it's just old then. So they didn't want because they have new greenhouse stuff being implemented. Maybe they pulled down some of the old ones just so that they archived them. So maybe they hid them from public eye kind of thing. So that they could get ready for their new stuff so that their old stuff is no longer out of date. I don't know. I am not sure. To tech support answers in Google. All right, let's return to the prison. Okay, that's interesting about the poison mushrooms because I remember eating two poison mushrooms and it being my most embarrassing death because I was with Emma at the time. We were playing multiplayer. We were in this house over here. I remember the exact time like place it happened. We were in this house here, right? This was where we were at, and I eat two poison mushrooms back to back, and we had food. We had everything we needed. And I say to Emma, Emma, I'm going to die. I was like, why are you going to die? I'm like, well, you see, I ate two poison mushrooms. I was just beaming at the time. And like, why? Why did you eat those? We have lots of food. I was like, yeah, but I wanted to see how poison they were. Apparently, it's lethal. Goodbye. And then I died. And Emma had to come get me from Muldraw, which is where I chose to spawn. Which, in hindsight, I suppose I could have just spawned in West Point. But back then, I didn't know the map nearly as well as I know it now, so, you know, eh. That's my most embarrassing death in Zomboid. I think. I think that's the most embarrassing one. Because there was no reason to eat those mushrooms. Literally none. And that's the same playthrough where I came back to I went out looting and I came back to the house and there was a wall built around the house and the all of the fences were gone. All of the other fences around the entire neighborhood were gone. And Emma's like beaming at me. My carpentry's higher. Like your carpentry's higher. That's good, I guess. Yeah. I've discussed maybe doing a playthrough with Emma in the future, but Emma has yet to get back to me with an answer on it. Maybe one day we'll do a playthrough together. It would be fun. Because Emma's the kind of gamer that doesn't. Emma's got really bad luck, but makes up for the luck with skill. So Emma's the kind of player that would die on the scratch infection chance twice in a row on two first scratches. But she would make up for that by not getting killed at all, like not getting hit at all for a very long time. I think. In that playthrough, where we stopped was because a bug happened with the multiplayer driving. Me and Emma were playing, and my car was in front of hers. I was on my screen, I was fine. On her screen, I clipped through her car, and it instantly killed her and destroyed her vehicle. Like really wrecked that vehicle. But you know, on my screen, everything was fine. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just gonna let you two come over here. Oh, jump spare noise got me. Made me jump. Well played, jump scare noise. Okay, we're almost done this wing as well. I should have pulled the car up. I'll do that now. – 0% luck, 80% skill, 20% willpower. Yeah. That sounds like Emma. But higher on the willpower. I think it's like 70% skill, 30% willpower. – 0% luck though still. Maybe 1% luck. Because sometimes Emma's lucky. But that can also be attributed to my own presence. People have told me that it's like I siphon the luck from them, and that all of the things that happen around me for them are ridiculously lucky. Like that are crazy. Like that clip of me not getting bit in that situation where I really should have. Or even Higgins. I feel like Higgins is like a case of just lucky. Because he should have died ages ago. And he still hasn't. Mine the boulders? Well, that makes sense. I tried to mine them and it didn't work either with a pickaxe at one point. As you can see, we're very close to being finished this wing, which is kind of nice. Okay, check, check, check. Check. Did they confirm they were able to mine those? If they didn't confirm it, then it's probably that there's something in the code that hints that that's gonna come. If it's not confirmed, because it seems to make sense that you would be able to break the boulders with a pickaxe or a maul, but you know, like I mean, sometimes things that make sense aren't in the game. We are very, very close. We go, we're good. We're being finished this bottom part of the cell block. I still need to go up the stairs though. Right, bottom's floor is done. It's one side done. Double checking the other side now. And that's it. All right. Another section of the prison completed. You guys are talking about war still, huh? This is Maisie. What the heck is this? Interesting. So there's like an office downstairs? How is the flashlight doing? There's you. Can you please? You are. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go through there right now. That's the center part of the prison on the far side. This wing is done though. We finished it. So that's solid. I choose middle window. Absolutely want to make sure that there's nothing there, which actually I should go and check that office, I guess. I would very much like if the foraging gets you those forage nodes as well, like those the mining nodes. Like it appears in foraging, and then there's just a node there that you can go mine later. I suppose that would be kind of OP a little bit. In the back seat. All right, so that's that one done. How is my welding torch? Ah, it's empty! No! I left a little bit in there on purpose and it drained! No! Oh, that's not fair. Oh well, I'm gonna have to go looking for another welding torch now. Yeah. Rip. Rip to my welding torch. I left a little bit in there on purpose so that I could refill it. Oh well, we'll go looking in the garages. I'm sure I left a welding torch or two behind. That seems like me. We have 4 welding torches right now, but none of them can be refilled. Not at the moment. Don't do join the dark side. Get the mod. No, I don't wanna. I want the game to be left alone. I already joined the dark side of, like, you know, better map markers and Moodles and the experience bar. That's kind of dark side, but not like, it's like I touched the dark side, but I haven't joined the dark side fully yet. Not yet. Embrace the dark side. You've already dabbled. I kind of want to bring these things over. We'll bring the steel sheets and the wool. The electrical 4 book. Throw us on the doll. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have the key to this. Only the radio's on. Hey, it's Big Spiffo. Hi, Big Spiffo. I'll bring you out of the rain, okay? I forgot about you up to this point. I did might mean to come back for you. Maybe Spiffle likes the rain. No, you see, he doesn't mind the rain. He likes the snow. That's why I left him here, to enjoy the snow. Whoa, you're like a zombie in this area. There's always like a couple kicking around. Yeah, see what I mean? Couple means 2. Let's go looking in garages for a welding torch. Gas can, satellite dish. Sorry. Residence key. Bet you that barbecue probably... No, it wouldn't have a propane tank. Never mind. It'll be without one because it is a pickup object. Glass making 4. Welding rods. Fire pump, chisel, drill. Oh yeah, this is that freezer that's... It's also 30. Hooray for snow. Yeah, I like the shape noodles as well, but I would still qualify this run even if I was doing a normal Apocalypse playthrough as a Vanilla Plus run, so it wouldn't like if I were to, but once again, we're not really doing the what's it called? Did I already go in here? I think I did, right? No. I would have grabbed those. Hello. Rosewood's treating me good. I'm having a fun day. How are you? Are you having a good day? My day's been pretty good. I've got D&D as well later, so I'm looking forward to that. At the moment. Calipers. Fascinating. I like that I remember things. There's not very many of them left, though. Yeah, D&D last night. I'm off work today. I just wanted to relax. Work was trying this week. So you're still starting to sore? I can understand. I've got work later this week. So I'm gonna be busy with work, so that's my stream schedule is gonna be quite spotty during that time. So I will keep everyone informed though, as best I can. I got lots of stuff that I gotta do, but that's fine. I mean, we balance best we can. And then next month, like soon, we have Emma and I have Spider-Man related things that we want to do. I think there's a new game or a new movie or something. I can't remember which, but and then I know that we have Yakuza coming out next month. So it's like a dragon pirate Majima, which is gonna be awesome. I really can't wait. Like I mentioned before, I'm not really a big fan of the amnesia trope. It's one of those ones that I'm like, eh. But I feel like with Majima, it's gonna be fine. He's the kind of person that would do that trait well. Or character, I guess. him and I were discussing aging in that universe recently, because it's funny to think about a little bit. But if you look at some of the characters as they age, some of them age really poorly. Like I don't want to spoil any of it, but some of them definitely age worse than others. And then there's actually some that are just immortal. Unless you know who this is, you won't actually know very much about it. But there is a character in the Yakuza series called Etsuko, and she is essentially like, I'm convinced she's immortal. She hasn't changed a single, like, in a single way in that series for like, what is it, like 60 years or something like that? Something ridiculous. Not a single thing about her has changed. In that universe, she's immortal. And she's also defeated both protagonists. Like, she's very powerful individual. I like that game series. It's so cool. I don't think me mentioning that stuff is spoiler-esque at all, because it's side content. It's like side story stuff. But when you get to it, you would still enjoy it. Thank you for the wellness. I'll get a sip of my tea. Time to do the other wing of the prison. I'll leave you on. For welding supplies or an axe. Okay. Most things are like that with these kinds of, like for example, like the prison. The prison is a huge pain in the ass if you don't have a sledgehammer. But it's not too bad. Like it's manageable. You can manage it. I should have grabbed food, which I will grab here in a moment. I need to get on the other side of you. Through that way. If you're walking there... Oh, if I'm walking there, then you don't need anything? That's fair. Yeah, cars... Some areas are just not car friendly. This is one of them. It's not the most car friendly. You can sort of squeeze your car in here without it. It's just very not fun. And requires some Austin Powers level car shenanigans. The reason why I'm running out of the prison right this second is because I broke open that one side so that's easier access, so that I can then forage, is the plan. And now that I know that I don't need to drive all the way around, which is convenient, I'll be parking in front of the prison from now on. Because I didn't know that that section led that way right off. Like I thought it was on the other side of the fence. So that's my bad. Like I knew those sections were connected, but I didn't know that. I thought the door went on the other side of the fence. And that I wouldn't be able to access it. I don't have any food in my bag, do I? No food. There we go. Animal tracking. The rabbits nearby. There we go. Hooray! Yeah, you can click on these sorts of ore things and it says their ID right here as well. And, generic 4 stones. Generic 4 stones. Just gonna run the rest of the way real quick. Yeah, there seems to be 2 doors. I'm gonna do the same thing I did before, which is we're going to apply the holes to these 4, or these 3. I think, right? Well, they're all locked, so I'll try one first just to see if they're unlocked, or if I have the keys. The reason why I'm doing 3, by the way, is just it gives me options. So if I end up in any of these 3, then it's fine. And, you know, you want to give yourself options in these kinds of situations, because getting caught with without options is not good. Okay, so I'm going to quickly run over here just to make sure that this section doesn't have any on the outside. I don't think it does. Nope, it does not, which means we are just dealing with the ones that are in this block then. Normally, if I have a sledge at this point, I'll actually take the entire wall out, because I don't even want to chance dealing with the window interaction. But I do not have a sledge right now, so we are going to have to chance the window interaction. I'm standing one beside. Climb through, because I don't want to take any chances. No chances. Easy is not always a forgiving game, so taking chances is bad. Need lots of spare batteries. In this case, I would suggest, because the generator's not working downwards, and generators don't work very well floor to floor. Like, if I recall correctly, they are Sorry, I'm a little bit focused on the prison at the moment, as I should be, because it's important to not lose your focus. But can I read these here? Yeah. Okay, so I think that you need right now, if you were to play with the current battery loss and all of that stuff, that you would need to have lots of walkie-talkies to take apart, because anytime you take apart a walkie-talkie, you get a fresh battery. That or radios, same thing, right? You get a fresh battery every time. So you would need like, I want to say 40 at least, between like 30 and 50 to get through the whole thing, and utilizing the different kinds of flashlights for different moments. So like you would have the regular flashlight generally, like most of the time, because this flashlight is actually really, really good. Um, Meanwhile, you would have the yellow one for big areas, because the yellow one, or you'd have the hurricane lantern, or one of those bigger ones for the bigger areas, right? um yeah, if there's mods that allow for that other stuff though, so if you want to access and go exploring that military base, you can, with having like batteries and stuff that don't drain. But yeah, it's a really cool place. I think it'll be fun to go and visit it and try to break through. To be closed. All right. Okay. Time to look at. Thank you for the wellness. I will get a sip of my tea when I am done this section right here, this small section, if that's okay. Hopefully. Ominous. Thank you for the wellness. I do appreciate. My brain is busy at this time. You'd be trapped at the very bottom of that? That would suck so hard. Imagine food. How you would starve to death trying to get out of there. You'd have to run through it at one point. Like you wouldn't be able to just, unless there's a way to sustain yourself, like you have a couple of animals that are producing you some food to let you survive a few days, you would be basically forced to run out of that whole place. And if you don't know the layout, well, that right there will screw you. So you basically you'd be playing it and dying a bunch trying to learn the layout, and then you have to do it in one flawless executed run. So at least that's how I see it anyways. All right, we did search this whole section. Get a bit of wellness in. Okay. Let's continue on with what we've got to do. This case is me going into this back section here a little bit.
on with this floor? That can't be right, right? What's going on with the floor? That's a cool phone. I want that. Give me that. And a buns. I found bonsai. Yes, give me the buns. I found bonsai. Oh, it says red carpet. Oh, so this is gonna be a red carpet in the future. But currently it's textured wrong. Okay. I pick up what you're putting down, game. The magazine, Hottie Z. Have we already seen this one? Hey, Havisham Sweets? I think we have. Yeah, we have. We've seen that. All right, well, I mean, can we mark off this center bit? Kind of. I mean, we've been up here and we've been over there, so I feel like that it is fine to mark them off. Check mark and check mark. Now we just need to double check this back end here and go downstairs, and then that's it. We will have successfully won and beaten the prison. And Brother Truck is nowhere to be seen. We didn't see his body, not anywhere, so he must have escaped. I don't know where he went. So, you know, Brother Truck, he's MIA. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be anything of major interest on this side. At least not that I'm seeing. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Maybe there's something cool somewhere else. Hello? Alright, well, we've cleared out that whole center section now. I just need to do the back end. Like the back corner there. And then go down those stairs to whatever the heck's down there. That'll be fun. Kind of can't wait to see what's down there. We'll go and put this phone though in the car. And the bonsai tree, because I mean we got to bring Bonds with us on our adventure. It only makes sense. I mean, ever since they added him to the game, you know, it just makes sense. We need Bonds on our adventure. I save a little bit of the welding torch, but I know there's no point to save it because it will break eventually on its own, so whatever. It's fine. We can always find more welding torches. And I know you can forge them up too, so that's always an option.
Okay, so we'll be searching that back end over there, but we gotta go home and sleep. Plus, I want to get these things offloaded. I don't want to, like, go, not homes and sleep. We'll go sleep in the fire station one more night. And then we'll come finish this place off. Like, there's not much left to do. You can go back there. And box of nails. Bonds. Actually, how much do you weigh, Bonds? You weigh 1? Go. We'll put Bonds in the glove compartment. He can come with us on our adventures. There we go. He'd want to be inside a car. That's where he would want to be, I think. Pretty sure. Like 75% certain. What are we at anyway for right now? 4447. Not bad. There's at least a sizable pop, even on apocalypse settings for the prison. That's not too bad. It wasn't empty, that's for sure. And there's still a chance we may die in that basement. Maybe. I don't know what's down there. And if there's more than 5 zombies in a corridor, I'm pretty screwed. Which is fine. We'll do the best we can. Which apparently involves breaking every stop sign. You know, they were all meant to be bent anyways. Plus, that stop sign was facing the other direction, clearly. It didn't mean that I'm supposed to stop. I'm gonna die by car accident. Have that nap that we talked about. And then we'll head back and see what's in that basement-y section of the prison after we double check that one corridor that I haven't been down yet. Because, who knows, maybe that corridor is the secret to everything. Get a meal in. And we'll come back, get a drive over to the prison, finish the prison off. Thank you for my frog out back. Do appreciate. Well, I mean, you know, the game's spurring me on at this point. It's like, you know what? Just here, take the berries. Go, 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 go. Can I have more berries for the road game? Pretty please? Not these kind, though. You know. You know, we're our hunger's sorted. Let's go. Let's go to the prison and finish this off. The last little bits of the prison. I heard a zombie over there. I'm just gonna leave you on. Yeah, the prison library. We haven't really looked in here, have we? Tailoring 4. Tracking 1. Cooking 3. Foraging 5. The Blunt Forge teaches you about sledge stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, prison. Of course. Of course it's here. Why wouldn't it be? That's funny as hell. It forging crowbars, sledgehammer heads, claw hammer heads, pickaxe heads. Of course it's here. Why wouldn't it be? In the place that I could have totally used it, it's here. I could have used that way earlier. I would have been, much more pleased having that, like, ages ago. But okay, I'll take it now. So stupid. It's always in the last place you'd expect. Of course it's here. Why wouldn't it be here? Mechanics 2, cooking 3, animal care we don't need at the moment. Tailoring 4, grab that. Alright. And let's read you. 1 second though, I want to aim my camera this way and then read. There we go. No more sadness. Next to a book. Yeah, it's in the shelf next to a book. Where do babies come from? Yeah. Yep. Makes sense to me. Those are synonymous. Teaching you how to make a sledgehammer and, Yep, definitely. They're the same, aren't they? All right, we can check off majority of the prison now. And I'm going to start up the generator and we are going to then... yeah, I can't put things in the second. We're going to start up the generator closer to the section of the downstairs. So that I can turn on the lights down there. Oh wait, no, it won't work. Never mind, I'm not going to bother. How is my flashlight doing? More than 75%. Okay. Okay, we can check that area off mostly. I should go all the way to the corner, actually. Like I said, I should go all the way to the corner, even though I know that there's nobody in here. But I mean, there might be in the corner. Oh, you! Okay, see, this is why I went all the way. And I'm checking all of the nooks of darkness. Okay. Well, I mean, he's looking for his brother Truck, remember? And that is the lore behind Van Higgins wanting to go to the prison in the first place. Was him trying to look for his brother Truck. Okay, we'll have a chill moment out here. Good enough for a chill moment. Alright. Alright. Possible death incoming? Garbage area, okay. Possible elevator. Stairs that go up. Nothing. Well, the whole prison's aggro? Oh, is this helping you then? I hope this is helping you. I can hear zombies. Think? Am I just being paranoid? Oh, well. Oh, this is another library? Blooms and blossoms. Oh, it's a flower book. That's cool. There's another library. The cutest dogs in America? How can... America's cutest dog? How am I supposed to say no to these sorts of things? The curtain, falling sun, Aspen Mountain. The wormhole, Heidi. Pottery 4 and carving 1. Empty shelves. Look at that! I got the America's cutest dog. Wait, what's in here? This looks like janitorial. Why is it locked up with a security door? Where does this go? Where even is this in the prison? Oh, it's okay. I know where I am. I was like, what the heck? Where is this? I think that's it though, right? Is there anything other than else that I'm missing in that downstairs area? Anything of interest? If anybody knows, tell me now, because I'm thinking just I'm good and I can mark it off. I didn't see of anything of major interest down there aside from the library. Is there a secret armory? I didn't see it. If that's the case, I missed it. But it looks like that's it. It looks like that library is the boon of that basement, and I'm happy with some of the stuff that I got. But I feel like that's it. Aside from grabbing maybe the generator in the back later, which I don't care to grab now because I don't need it right this second. There's another generator. We can put that here. And we can remove you and give you a marked off, and I'm gonna take silence as that we did it. Green text, add note. February 27th. I'm gonna add an extra little note here. There we go. February. Yes, I messed it up. Or did I mix it? Is it still messed up? It shouldn't be. I fixed it, right? That's how you spell February? I remember because it's messed up. There's an extra R in there, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's February. In my head, that extra R is not necessary, and it's February. February. Yeah. But it's February. February. It's an extra R. Well, okay, so Higgins has accomplished the prison. I suppose his other truck is not there, so where should we go next, I wonder? At least we can forge crowbars now, so that's kind of nice. But I don't think we can level our metalworking until we get the other book to be able to do spoons. Because I can't forge... I know how to forge crowbars, but I can't forge them because my skill in it is not good enough to... I need to make spoons first. Oh, there's a dude there. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing over there? You're indecent. Please, can you put some clothes on? Probably got transferred to the LV prison? No. Do you think? That is where I said that Higgins' mom is. His mom Minnie's there. In LV. But I was thinking that he was gonna go and try and meet up with his sister Minnie. Because there's two Minnies. There's Minnie Jr. and Minnie Sr. Minnie Jr. is, her middle name's Cooper. And then there's Minnie Sr. Her name is Minnie Van. And Van is technically junior to her as well. Van Jr. But he's just called Van. Nobody calls him Junior. The Higgins family. And they all survived. It's a very automotive family. Yeah. They're very much, very automotive, yeah. Rip Van Higgins. Rip Van Higgins? What do you mean? Van Higgins is fine. And his cousin that works in the strip club, Mercedes. Sure, let's add that. Why not? Mercedes. Cousin. There we go. And the lore continues. Rip Van Winkle? Oh, yeah, okay. I got you. I wasn't thinking Van Winkle, but yeah, I get it. Rip Van Winkle. Why am I taking this route? This is like the worst route I could have taken. It's so windy. Van is often used as a Dutch name preposition. Yeah. She has a daughter named Rolls and Lexus. Do they have daughters named Rolls and Lexus? I know that there's old Uncle Rolls. He's a bit of a jerk. He wouldn't let Van into the country club. Old Uncle Rolls. He's very rich and a bit of an ass. She is the daughter of. They're like twins. This is annoying. The beeping is annoying. Where are you? There we go. Cured. I found one fighting knife, but then again, I didn't really loot some of the parts of the prison, so maybe there's more knives there. Ah, okay. Mercedes is Uncle Roll's daughter. Ah, okay. Is Roll's first name Bentley? I mean, maybe. I don't know what Roll's first name is, but his last name's definitely Royce. No one likes Uncle Ford. Yeah, but yet he keeps getting invited to the family holidays. It's true. Nobody likes him though. He's mean. Mean uncle. He's like that grumpy one that sits in the chair and he shows up to every family reunion because he gets invited, but he doesn't want to be there. He's just like, I'm here, and let me sit in my chair. The children, they stay away from me. That is the way. I do not know. As the lore expands on this, it just keeps going, you know? And you can do so much with it. Like we could be like Van, okay, Van's decided that he wants to go onward to this area to search for this family member. And even if we don't find them, it's great cuz it's like okay. But I'd be tickled if we found an ID and it said like so and so Higgins. I would be like, "Oh my god, family!" I haven't seen that yet, but you gotta know that I would comment on it for sure. Family. And then he would pick up the corpse and bury them and give them a little tiny, like, a cairn or a cross. The newer models, these fancy trims and bits that surround them. Uncle Motors. He's a general in the army. That sounds funny. I like that. Yeah. Uncle Motors. He's a general. General in the army. Yeah. I'm gonna write that one down. General Motors. Oh, he can't just yeah, he's a great uncle. He's gotta be old. Yeah. Great uncle. And he's got a brother, his name is Sam. Cause you gotta have Uncle Sam there. Makes sense, right? Good old Uncle Sam. They were both in the army together. Just like, yeah, it just builds and builds. I don't know. It's just gonna continue to build. That's how this is gonna go. Nothing's gonna stop it. Unless we die. To which then, if we die, we die. Do I need to feed Van? Yeah, we do need to feed Van. Let's eat these tiny flanks real quick. And let's cook these in a pan. Uncle Sam was always very possessive. In fact, he has posters that say that he wants you. Yeah, he was always trying to recruit Van into the army. But Van didn't want to be army. Van wanted to be a police officer to help the people. He started as a community service officer and then he became a police officer. And then, unfortunately, due to issues with his brother Truck, he got kicked off the force. So he's technically not a police officer anymore, but he still had the badge and he still had the company car and, he had all these things. He had to return the company car, though. But he's reclaimed it since then. He still has it. His cruiser. Alright, that can go in there. And let's go catch fish. As well as put this away there. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to smelt crowbars, even though I have the recipe now, because I think it requires a certain level of metalworking, and I don't have that. I'm almost, like, over 90% sure that that's how that works. Good afternoon. We just defeated the prison. Somebody should get all these notes that we're making and put them together and post them in the PZ section of Discord so that I don't forget things. I've written down a lot of it, but it's like I don't want us to forget the lore. The lore that came before. Yeah, we did. It was really cool. The basement was neat. He sang it. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder what it says. Sorry. My apologies. Phone can go here for now. These books, the cutest dogs in America. I just, yeah, I want to read that one. I wish that we could see the pictures. Because even if you're not a dog person, you can appreciate a cute dog. It is totally possible to appreciate. I don't need the pottery book, which I kind of am still holding, but I need cooking 3, right? Are we on cooking 3? Yes, we're on cooking 3, we're on tracking 1, and we're on foraging 5. So we will read all 3 of these books. That is going to be Higgins' mission for right now. And you don't need to be holding that, so we'll put that away. There we go. I didn't honestly think we'd be finishing the prison today. I thought for sure that I would need one more day to finish it. Do I have the skill to make a stone shelf? Everybody has skill to make a stone shelf because stone shelves are level 1, aren't they? I could be wrong. Let's see. It's under the build menu. That's masonry though, isn't it? Oh, wait a second. Are you talking about stone shelf and it's something separate than the stone cabinet? See, it doesn't take any skills. You just need large smooth rocks, bucket of clay cement, and stone. No cabinet works. Oh, so you're talking about stone shelf. That's something completely different? Be kind of funny to have a caveman stone shelf in the middle of a modern room. I was thinking about having a couple of stone shelves in here once we have the sledgehammer to break these, and then we can carpet the floor and make it look nice eventually. And, you know, I got plans. It's just they're on hold at the moment because once again, no sledgehammer. Yeah, you gotta go from like 0 to like 2 or something. But it is what it is. I'm sure they'll add in other methods to level it here eventually. Maybe making the stones will give you masonry. I mean, that would make sense, right? But I guess they would give you napping. Look, with the TV, I don't care about the TV as much as everyone else does. I want other methods to level stuff, like building things. I like building things. And TV, like, I don't need to sit in front of a TV and watch TV or, you know, I'd prefer to not have those kinds of methods. I like actually getting my hands dirty in the game. I'm one of the few folks that finds mechanics both tedious, but I wouldn't want to set up a macro to do it, and I wouldn't want to install the auto mod to do it. I want to do mechanics myself. I know that that it sucks when I'm doing it, but that when I finish doing it and I get to fix my car, that I'm fixing the car with the skills that I built. You know? But yeah, we're going to read these 3 books, get them out of the way, and then I guess I'm going to post in chat for a poll of which family member we're going to go look for and where they live. Because we know that that Minnie lives in Louisville, like his mom lives in Louisville, but perhaps we want to go to a different place. And the best way to go for a different place would be to give Van a family member to look for. For Zombo things. Yeah, I have lots of notebooks. I very frequently will write stuff down, and like I usually will have multiple notebooks while I'm streaming. One that I write for stream ideas and stuff that you guys come up with. Some that are for like this, for game mechanics, and then other, you know, I just try and write down. So I bullet point a lot. They're very messy notebooks, but then I rewrite it in a nicer way later, in a better notebook. Sort of like the ideas that stick, the ideas that don't. And then, you know, why not cargo? That's true. That's the whole point, is that we're going to see, we'll pull chat, and chat will give Van his inspiration of which family member he wants to go for. Repair wouldn't mind a visit. But canonically, for the lore, there was no truck at the prison, but there was remnants of his escape, so he did get out. So truck is still out there somewhere, jamming objects in zombies. And anytime we come across a zombie with an object inside it, it was probably truck. But yeah, we'll figure out where we want to go here in a bit. I just want to catch up on a little bit of weight, finish reading these books, and then reset our moodles, because our moodles are going to be in hurt territory here in a second. And we would probably enter starving here in a moment. Patchback made it out of the zone safely. The extensive family tree of the Higgins. The Higgins family tree is very, very long. But they're all survivors. Oh, I'm dying. But I'm almost done this book. I mean, I'm almost done the book, right? So we can just finish reading the book and then we'll go eat. He also has hypothermia for some reason. There we go. That'll cure the cold that he's got built up. Because when you're tired, your character gets cold faster. Same as being hungry. Same as if you have full thirst. Full thirst cools your body down a little bit, but so if you want to be the warmest possible, you need to be thirsty, you need your stomach to be full, and you need to be rested, and then have a bunch of layers on. Grandpa Pickup still outside, probably building yet another shed. Yeah, that's what he does. Can't help himself. Nobody can blame him. He's really good at it. He's carpentry level 12, don't you know? He's been around for a long time. We have no hope of achieving that level of skill. We're gonna find out that the whole reason why the virus happened is not because the government was trying to cover it up. It's secretly parts of the Higgins family that caused it. Like they were working on stuff in secret. Uncle General or Great Uncle General. He or Motors. Great Uncle Motors working on things. This is hilarious. Okay, we gotta go catch fish. I'm dawdling. Yeah, I know you're sad, Higgins. I'm sorry. We kept you inside too long. The globe lamp is great. Yeah, I think so too. I really like it. I like that you can put other colors in it and then it retains its blue. I like that. I think that's a cool feature. Oh, and did that got traction? Somebody noticed then. Is that going to be added maybe? Hints of it in the code? That'd be kind of cool to be able to wire stuff separately. Oh, okay. It's not there. I'm sure that they'll see that stuff eventually. Being able to wire things directly and be able to disconnect certain things. I mean, currently you can kind of do that. By picking up an object and placing it in a container, it no longer retains its power, right? So you can kind of disconnect a fridge doing that. Or you can pick up an object and leave it on the floor, like with the popsicle fridge. You have a mod that lets you unplug fridges. I can just see somebody doing that in multiplayer, running through all the bases, unplugging all the fridges. Why is all the food gone bad? Where's the power? Oh, the fridges, they've been unplugging themselves again. I don't know what's going on with that. Seems like a bug. Really, secretly, there's a certain player running around unplugging all the fridges. Wasn't you. No, couldn't have been. Couldn't have been you. It's a pain to move all the fridges. I mean, yeah, sometimes. But I find it's easy just to kind of, you haul them out or you take them apart. Not everybody has all of the propane, right? And use that to determine going in a new direction. I did that for a couple of them, but I like giving it the choice to you guys as well. It's fun doing both. There we go. Go there first. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring these in. I'm gonna throw away most of them because a lot of these are rotten. Yeah, that rolling the dice mechanic is awesome. I really do like it. Opens the door for many possibilities of doing role play and playing D&D or other such things. Why did I run all the way over here? Okay. We'll take one of these fillets is going outside to be used for bait. The other one is going to be used to make one pan of food. There we go. We're not tired enough yet for sleep. Alright, enjoy your shower. Best of luck. Wash and such. Um, the poll I'll post here in a second. For where we go. Because mostly we're just we're set up to get ready to go somewhere, but not quite ready yet. We'll do some base-ish stuff for a little bit, but remember I do have D&D today, so we'll be wrapping up here after the poll, probably. But I want to make sure that we've got a direction that we're going for next time. Go. Start cooking you up. Okay, so let's have a look at the map. We've got quite a lot of places we can go, so I'm just going to narrow it down to some of the more interesting spots that we can go. We can go, let's say Echo Creek. Echo Creek. We'll figure out who lives where here after. And Echo Creek would include its gun store. So the American gun store. We'll throw Irvington on there. Irvington. I think I remember there being something fancy about Martridge, so that one's going on there. Martridge. I think we'll leave Ekron off the list because my other playthrough's over there. So maybe we'll leave Brandenburg off that for that same reason. I guess I'll put Muldra on the list. Muldra. And we'll throw the country club on there too. Country club. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So these are the things that we'll vote on right now. Prediction, or no. Poll? Yeah, poll. Okay. Go Creek. Irvington. Martridge. Muldra. Or Country Club. Riverside. There you go. You guys got 5 minutes on the poll. Go ahead. You guys can vote. Whatever you think is best. Where is Van going to go next? We'll decide the lore later on which family member he's going for and all of that. But feel free. So far, it's a tie between Muldra and Irvington. And I will cast my vote to break the tie if I need to. So, where is Van going? Well, that depends. Where is Van gonna go? Meanwhile, I'm going to get him some more. He's got plenty of food. Right now we're cooking up some water, and I think I'm gonna get him to get his exercise like back into order as well. So, start getting you. Four. There we go. Sit there for a moment. Oh, it's 12 votes to Irvington. Holy cow. Why is it so dark suddenly? 12 people want to see Irvington. Crazy. That is in the lead by a considerable margin. Gotta get him his lights on. There we go. Well, there's still plenty of time to vote. So 2 minutes and a half remaining, and so far it's an 86% to Irvington. That is a sizable portion of votage. Irvington is in the lead. So just to give people context to where these locations are on the map, in the remaining like 2 minutes left that there's left to vote. This is March Ridge right here. This is Muldraw over here. And I will include McCoy in Muldraw, as well as this outside area in the train yard. Maybe even Dixie. This right here is Irvington. It's down this section there, right? Echo Creek is over here. I'm sure a large portion of folks are familiar with the Ovo Farms, as well as a lot of this area here. It also has a gun store and another area over here that I've never explored. I walked past it, but I've never explored it. So that's kind of Echo Creek right there. As well, I guess some of this southern farm stuff could be considered it. But I'm going to just count this section as Echo Creek. And then finally, we've got the Country Club, which is up here. This is the Country Club. And then Riverside. I mean, it's right there. I might as well include it. So this would be the Riverside vote. So there you go. You got context of where they're located on the map. Out of all of those, Irvington has the highest population. However, Echo Creek has a cell that can rival it a little bit. Because there is the American gun store is ridiculous. Even on regular Apocalypse, it is crazy. But I'm sure that a lot of folks have already seen it, because it's one of those things that it's like right there next to that gas station that everybody's staying in. So it's like just down the road. Just because the other things don't make it this time, by the way, doesn't mean that in the future we're gonna go. We're not gonna go there. We totally will eventually. We're gonna go everywhere, in theory, right? If we survive. But Irvington has won. So let's see. Irvington won at a total of 86% with 12 votes. Which family member do I want to live in Irvington? Because Mercedes is is going to be closer to Louisville at the strip club, or he's he's like manager there, right? Let's see. Yeah, we could have Minnie be the one who lives in Irvington, like Minnie Cooper. So he's gonna go look for his sister. His sister, Minnie Cooper, is living in Irvington, and that is the lore of why Van has suddenly decided he wants to go and go to Irvington to check on her. He knows that his brother Truck escaped the prison and figures that his brother would go to Minnie Cooper, and they would, because I mean, his Truck is probably not happy with Van, because well, I mean, Van helped get him put in the prison in the first place. So he's going to probably expect that he has to go to, and maybe he'll meet up with Minnie and see if they can find Truck together. Okay, that's the lore I'm going with. Have I explored any of Louisville since the update? Because you're curious of the high rise. I've heard there's issues over there, but so I'm gonna try to try my best to go over there later, but right now is like, I mean, we'll see. there might be some stuff they're going to fix with that stuff, or and I don't want to load that area until like later on. But I don't know if my game is going to be compatible with new updates, but it should be. I don't expect why like it wouldn't. When they updated that stuff in recently, remember the December 22nd update that they did? It changed my recipes in the recipe log, so I don't expect that they wouldn't work the same for any areas that I haven't loaded. It'd be just like Minecraft in that way, right? If I haven't loaded a cell, then it should be fresh-ish to load. I think it would load it with new code if I haven't been there. So that's one of the reasons why I'm leaning away from Louisville, and that's why I didn't put Louisville on the poll. About him and his brother. Yeah, that's the thing. I did never intend for this, by the way. Like, I mean, we've all know that I thought Van was gonna die. I thought he was a throwaway character that I made because I'm like, well, he's gonna die in the charity event because I've got to shout and shoot guns and do all this other stuff in hopes of us banding together to raise money for the charities, and we did really good. Like we raised quite a lot for special effects, and I'm happy about that. But at the same time, I didn't expect Van to survive. I thought he was going to die. He just kind of keeps going. And it's at this point that I'm not attached to him. I don't get attached to characters. But if I could get attached to a character, because in my mind, characters are like goldfish. They're nice to have for a while, but eventually it's going to reach its end, and, I can close this chapter, close this book, and open a new one. So my attachment to characters, it's due to me playing a lot of hardcore Minecraft though as well. I used to play a lot of hardcore in that way. So like, you'd sometimes lose hundreds of hours of progress and then have to start over. Yeah, it's good. You can be attached. It is something you're going to want to not avoid, but don't get too attached. You can get attached, just not too attached. There's always already one in your brain. Fun fact, goldfish actually have fairly decent memories up to a few months they can remember. They're not like 10 seconds like a hamster, for example. Hamsters have extremely short memories. Goldfish, coincidentally, a lot of people say, I have a mind like a goldfish. Well, then that means that you can retain information for a few months, which is not like a human. A human being can retain information for years and years. But, that's me pushing up my glasses and being, well, actually, being so technical, technical pain in the butt. Um, Now it is unfortunate, but we're gonna end it there. So after all that poll and other such stuff, because I have D&D today, so I want to make sure that I'm there decently on the time for the session. I may come back and stream later today. If I do, you guys will get notifications about it. So just so that you're aware. You can join the Discord. There's also I post my notifications also on X/Twitter and Blue Sky. So if you can get the notifications there. You can also follow, and that gives you notifications. But yeah, I'm going to wrap up, and we're going to raid somebody because I like to make sure that, we're spreading the appreciation around and we're making somebody else's day a little bit brighter, We can maybe meet your new favorite streamer that way as well, depending. There's quite a lot of folks on. Let's see. Yeah, there is a lot of folks on right now. Let us see. I would like to raid. Hmm. There's Let's raid this person here. Yeah. We just talked about him earlier. He's the Sprinter World Record holder. He's a French streamer, and he's really, really awesome. So he speaks French and English. So, you know, if you speak English and wave at him, he will wave back. He is the world record holder for sprinters at 15,300 with over 155 days survived on 100% sprinters. So it says that he's playing, he's at 4,500 sprinter